but what kind of island for the most part?
She's probably having too much fun, honestly, out there. All right, again, 11:30, right? We're going to hear about those astronauts.
Artemis 3.
They're not landing on the moon, but they are going around it. We're going to be back tomorrow morning at what time, guys?
4 a.m.
4 a.m. See you then.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Well, good morning to you. Welcome into Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Garrett Weimer, and thanks for joining us on this Tuesday morning, live on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Fox 35 TV. We've got a lot to get to over this next little bit here. I want to let you know some of the things that we are waiting for. At the bottom of the hour, we're going to hear from NASA, where they will unveil the upcoming Artemis III Crew. This is the next mission that's going to be happening in the larger kind of moon mission plan, and so we're excited for that. That's going to happen at the bottom of the hour, 11:30, live from Johnson Space Center in Houston. We will bring that to you live when it begins. A couple of other things we are monitoring. Casey DeSantis speaking at an event in Tampa. We'll get you to that in a little bit. That just wrapped up. We're also monitoring a couple of other things and going to be speaking shortly with State Representative Anna Eskamani as well about some proposed rule changes for the FWC when it comes to sloths in the aftermath of what's happened with the dozens of sloths dying under the care of Sloth World. But we begin today by following up on yesterday's earthquake, where we have been looking at this from a number of different angles and getting your response. We shared many of your stories yesterday about where you were when this was happening and when you realized something was going on. So today we're looking at it from a little bit of a different angle, and that is kind of the engineering and structural analysis and what it takes to make sure buildings are safe in the aftermath of earthquakes and other things like that. And so we are joined this morning by certainly an expert in this field, Dr. Albert Bleakley, who is joining us live now. He's a professor of civil engineering at Florida Institute of Technology, a longtime veteran of the Army Corps of Engineers as well. Dr. Bleakley, we appreciate you joining us here on Fox 35 News Plus this morning.
Super. Thanks for having me.
So first, Dr. Bleakley, I just want to hear your story. Where were you yesterday? I understand you kind of felt the tremors as well. When did you realize what was going on?
Well, I was right here in my office and in the afternoon, and I felt like a little vibration, kind of like if you're in a parking garage and a car drives by, or you're on your bridge and a truck drives over. But then I noticed that my monitor, which I have a kind of a big monitor, and it's on a pedestal, and it was like wiggling a little bit. And I thought, this is strange. Then it's when I realized that there's, well, not necessarily an earthquake. I live in Cocoa. When rockets go off, it basically does the same thing. But I figured it was not a rocket. It was probably some little earthquake. So that's when I became aware of it.
And so this is not something that we're used to here in Florida. So I know folks had a lot of questions about this. I'm sure you were asked as well. What we felt, we know it was a 6.1 magnitude earthquake off the coast of Cuba. What we felt here in Florida didn't seem strong enough to cause any noticeable damage or anything like that. But is it something that people should be concerned about, should have, inspections done or anything like that?
Right. Well, I looked at the USGS collects data on this whenever there's an earthquake. A couple of years ago, there was an earthquake that was centered somewhere out in the ocean off the coast of Cape Canaveral. And from my recollection, it was kind of similar in that you feel a little bit of vibration, but no significant chance of damage. The Richter scale, which you mentioned earlier, the 6-point-something scale, the intent of that scale is to measure the amount of energy in the earthquake. there's another scale that's used in the United States called a modified Mercalli intensity scale, and that one, like you're showing a picture right now of a chandelier wiggling around, on that scale, it's not so much measuring the energy as measuring the effects that people feel. So on that scale, based on the USGS data they collected from probably a couple hundred people, most people rated it in the 2 to 3 range. So for a 2, it's like only a few people feel it. Some suspended objects might wiggle around, like that chandelier picture you showed a minute ago. And a 3 level said more people would feel like vibration, kind of like a truck passing by, which is exactly the way I described it to one of my colleagues here when I was talking with him. It's like if you're in a parking garage and a vehicle drives by, you can usually feel the floor wiggle a little bit, or if you're on a highway bridge. And maybe a little bit of rattling, or in my case, my computer monitor, like I said, was just wiggling just a little bit. And that just went on for a few seconds. So the chance of that level of movement damaging anything is like 0. One of the things that I teach here is structural analysis and structural design. So when you design things, we have to take into account all the different kinds of loads that might be on the building. That would be the weight of the building, people in the building, vehicles, wind, which is much more significant here in Florida because we have to design for high winds due to hurricanes. Florida is not actually typically in a seismic zone. So when you take all those different combinations of loads together, when you have a little bit of wiggling like that from an earthquake, there's no chance that that's going to damage anything. So not to worry, not up here where we are. I mean, we're several hundred miles away from where the epicenter of that earthquake was. Down in Cuba, I'm sure they did have some, significant damage. One of the things I did when I was in the Corps of Engineers was I went to the recovery operations for the Loma Prieta earthquake in 1989, which was a severe earthquake. And one of the things I did was do damage assessments on structures, public structures, buildings, etc. So what causes damages in an earthquake is here we felt just a very slight vibration. But if you were near the epicenter, then there's 2 different things can happen. One is the whole ground shakes sideways like this, and that's what caused the collapse of some highway bridges back in California. Again, that was like very close to the epicenter. And then the other thing that can happen is you get vertical acceleration like this. So when you're in an elevator, for example, when the elevator starts to go up, you feel a little bit heavier because you're being accelerated upwards. When the elevator starts to go down, then you feel a little bit lighter. Same thing on a roller coaster. So if you're close to the epicenter of an earthquake, then you can get significant amounts of lift and fall of the earth, which that can cause problems where it actually caused a highway bridge to collapse in California on that earthquake. But again, much, much more severe and much, much closer to the epicenter. But where we are, the amount of vibration, at least what I experienced, would certainly not bother any kind of a structure.
And that is certainly good news. Last thing here, I do have one more question for you, just because of your expertise in kind of the design and structural analysis and that kind of thing. Because, like you said, this isn't an area where we're used to really seismic activity. A lot of our building codes and considerations are focused on not on earthquakes, on hurricanes and the wind damage, the things like that. We've seen a lot of changes in the years over the years in the way homes and other things are built to make sure things stay safe. I'm curious, are design considerations different when you're looking at safety, stability in wind and hurricanes, as opposed to maybe in California, where they would be concerned about earthquakes more prevalently?
Yeah, well, everybody uses basically the same codes by the American Society of Civil Engineers. It's called the Loads Book, ASCE 7. And in that book, you consider all the different kinds of loads and the different possible combinations of those loads. So here in Florida, there are we're more concerned about the wind from a hurricane. So, but in all the cases, whether it's wind or whether it's weight of the building itself or it's weight of the people or the vehicles or whatever's in the building, or if it, all those things could be snow if we were up north, or ice or rain, but all those things, we turn them into forces on the building. And then we make combinations based on statistical studies that have been done on how likely is it you're going to have a hurricane while you're having a snowstorm, while you're having a something else, right? So in a seismic zone like California, then they don't have hurricanes, so their wind effects are much lower, but the possible effects of hurricanes are higher. And you design a building based on, again, statistical combinations of all these different kinds of loads, right? So it's not based on a single load. So the fact that we are designing things in this county anyway for like 140 or 160 mile an hour wind from a hurricane, that gives you plenty of factor of safety for when you have forces on the building due to like minor, very, very minor earthquake like this.
All right, interesting stuff. Dr. Bleakley, really appreciate you joining us here on Fox 35 News Plus and chatting with us. Interesting stuff to talk about. You certainly know your stuff, and we appreciate you sharing your expertise with us here on Fox 35 News Plus.
Super, thanks for having me.
We're going to take a quick break, and we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Garrett Weimer, and thanks for joining us on this Tuesday morning live on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Facebook right now as well. We are following up, as I mentioned just a few minutes ago, on the fallout from the investigation into Sloth World and the dozens of sloth deaths that have happened over the past few weeks and months, and some new changes, some proposals being put out there by State Representative Anna Eskamani and the Sloth Protection Alliance, urging some policy changes from the Florida Fish and Wildlife Conservation Commission. And so joining us live now to talk about these proposals, State Representative Anna Eskamani, Democrat from Orlando, who is joining us live right now via Zoom. Representative Eskamani, thanks for joining us today.
Thank you so much for having us and for your continued focus on this story.
So first, just talk with us about these proposals, and before we get into kind of the details of them, just what the process was like to formulate these and kind of realize what changes needed to be made.
Well, we have been working on for several weeks now, following the tragedy of the so-called now bankrupt sloth world, because we realized that sloth world really is not necessarily the outlier. It was just one of the worst case examples when it comes to wild animals being stolen from their ecosystems for human profit entertainment. And so our recommendations are fivefold. We sent them to the Florida Wildlife Commission on Friday, and they have responded this morning requesting a time for us to reconnect to go through these proposals in more detail. So we're very hopeful that we'll be able to see long-term policy change from this tragedy.
And I'll take us through those proposals. We've got them on a graphic here so folks can kind of see, but just kind of walk us through what these changes would do.
Well, first of all, we want to make this temporary ban on the importation of wild sloths permanent. So that's key. We really do believe that no one should be stealing animals from the wild for their own entertainment, and that is why our top recommendation is for this temporary ban that the FWC has put into place for 60 days for it to become permanent. It's also worth noting that majority of wild-caught sloths here in the United States come through the Port of Miami. So this pause, if it becomes permanent, will have really important ripple effects nationwide. We also want to ensure that sloths are not treated the same as other Class 3 permits. For those who don't know, Class 3 is pretty much the lowest level of regulation for FWC, based upon the risk of that animal to human safety, not necessarily the risk that we are to the animal safety. So we do want to create a specialized regulatory category for sloths that are in Florida, make sure there's mandatory mortality reporting. Many folks remember that there was no indication that sloths had died at Sloth World because there was no requirement to tell that to the agency. And we also want to prohibit the so-called sloth encounter experiences. These are very stressful for sloths. And remember, sloths do not have a flight or fight response. And so you might not know they are stressed, but indeed they are. And it's really important to have educational viewing be separate from things like contact with the animal. And then we do have recommendations on the, quote, captive bred loophole, which basically has allowed individuals to breed sloths under no type of regulatory environment.
Representative Escamani, I think one of the things that has been kind of eye-opening for folks through this process is to see, how lax some of the regulations were for creatures like sloths that are being imported, that are not, certainly not native to Florida. I think that's been, I'm looking for another word, but eye-opening for people to see in this. I certainly expected, I think many people did, for there not to be loopholes, for there to be much stricter regulations and restrictions when it came to these kinds of things.
For sure. I mean, you would assume, especially for an animal as vulnerable as sloths, one, that they're captive in the sense of being born and raised in captivity. That is not the case of sloths that individuals own. They are stolen from the rainforest for human entertainment, which is ethically, morally wrong, but also just unnecessary. They should be able to live happy lives eating leaves in the jungle and not be brought to the United States. But also, the Class 3 permits are so unregulated. In fact, FWC is only required to make a spontaneous inspection once every 3 years under a Class 3 permit. So that's why we are stressing that for animals as sensitive as sloths, so they be given a lot more oversight. And our recommendations provide the FWC outline to that effort to make sure that if there is going to be an accredited individual or an accredited organization that is owning a sloth, that there be basic criteria met to ensure their health, safety, and well-being, and that there is oversight provided so that we prevent another sloth world tragedy from happening again. It should be noted that there's an effort to open up a Sloth World-like company in South Florida. As I speak, there's another individual who's pursuing a similar venture in South Florida in Broward County. So we need these recommendations. We needed them yesterday, but we'll suffice to get them tomorrow. If not by tomorrow, we are expecting for these types of recommendations to be debated at the next FWC meeting, which is scheduled for later this summer. And then for those rules to be approved by the end of the year. So obviously we're waiting for that meeting with FWC to get their feedback on our recommendations, but we're going to be pushing forward on what we consider to be the best approach to animals as sensitive as sloths.
Why do you think these changes are needed? Why do you think these, sloths kind of as a species require this, additional oversight, these additional steps to be taken?
That's a great question, Garrett. And we did outline in our recommendation to the Florida Wildlife Commission why sloths require specialized regulation. And we tried to be as scientific as possible with this recommendation, with this analysis, to really explain that sloths are hypersensitive to other mammals. And again, FWC shared with us that they're inspectors. They're not veterinarians. They're not scientists. They're not medical experts. They are law enforcement who play the role as regulatory for the agency, focused on statutory requirements, i.e. cage sizes, food and water being available, but they're not even experts on what type of food or water would be important or best interest of the animal. And so ultimately, based on our conversations with FWC, they're not able to meet this animal's specific environmental conditions, their dietary needs, and they're not going to be able to detect if this animal is healthy or not, because they're just making an observation. They're not actually checking this animal's health and well-being, which is very difficult to do for sloths. Like many animals, there has to be criteria and experts set into place to even measure and weigh these animals. So that's why we do feel like this type of extra care should be pursued, and we've outlined all of that in our 3-page memo to the agency.
And so you're going to be meeting with the FWC to kind of take them through all of this. Just kind of walk us through the process then going forward, and what people can expect, how something like this might play out.
So what we're recommending is rulemaking. So that does not require the legislature, though obviously having a state law be put into effect would make changes more permanent. But rulemaking gives us the opportunity to pursue changes without the legislature having to be convened. And Florida Wildlife Commission has 2 more meetings, public meetings. That's going to be in August and then December. And so we are hoping for these changes to be proposed before that July meeting so that there can be time for public comment and its implementation for December. So we're working with the 2026 timeline to get changes into place before the year is over.
And what would your message be to FWC as this process moves forward as to just why this needs to be done and why this needs to be done now?
Well, we already saw the tragedy of 56 sloths dying, including baby sloths, at the hands of a for-profit entity. And Florida, again, is the hotspot when it comes to wild animals being captured from their homes for human entertainment. And so I'm also hopeful that our efforts with sloths will be a ripple effect to protect other wild animals and who are taken from their homes for captivity. But ultimately, the reason why FWC needs to do this now is it impacts not just the perception of Florida as a family-friendly place to visit, but also, of course, animal welfare is one of those issues that really transcends party lines. And I can speak for not just myself, but for everyone, that we want to never, ever have a tragedy like this hit Orlando again. And there's no way to prevent that from happening unless we pass substantive policy change.
And last thing here, Representative Escamani, just what is your message to folks at home who have been following along with this story now and have been frustrated by, just so many developments in this and the revelations that this could have been prevented and that things fell through the cracks? What is your message to people who have been frustrated and disillusioned as more information has come out?
My message is that we're not giving up. As I speak with you today, it has been months without any criminal charges and without any substantive policy changes beyond the temporary ban on importation of sloths, which is huge in just its existence, but would be even more impactful if it could become permanent. So I want folks to know that your frustration is shared by me and others, and we're not stopping until we can see legitimate criminal charges to those that created this tragedy in the first place, and of course, long-term policy change so it never happens again.
State Representative Anna Eskamani, thank you so much for joining us and talking about these proposed rule changes with us here on Fox 35 News Plus.
Thank you for having me.
We're going to take a quick break, and we'll be right back. All right, we Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Brooks Garner joins me now. And Brooks, we are feeling that pattern change here.
Yes.
And that's the big story today. Hopefully no other, crazy wrenches in there like yesterday where we had an earthquake in the middle of the day.
Right. Didn't see that one coming. We're
Right.
pretty good about forecasting weather, but when it comes to tectonic movement,
What can you do?
Developing science, especially when it's the second biggest earthquake in the history of the Gulf. But anyway, that's an aside. Weather-wise, today we've got clouds that have rolled in associated with the surge of tropical air. You can see this view from the Launch Credit Union camera in Titusville. Very interesting setup, but what it means essentially is that we're back to the June humidity and we're back to the rain chances, which we became accustomed to not having over the weekend. Beautiful dry air this weekend, pleasant conditions. This afternoon, look for about a 30 to 40% chance for a little bit of rain. And a couple of those downpours could be heavy depending on how it all comes together. There are a lot of what ifs in today's forecast. This is one of the most bullish forecasts for rain. Yes, bullish. And that in this context means more confidently laying it down, while other previous computer models were a little more skittish, not as much rain possibility. So if it rains, you're probably lucky today, but hey, we got a chance for it. This surge of tropical air is the birthing feature to make this rain happening. It's the catalyst, and you can kind of see that swirl here. This is the wave of humidity rolling in. The red represents humid conditions. The green is drier air, and while we had the green early this morning, now the humidity's rushed in, and there's a little bit of a swirl to it. This is called a gyre, like G-Y-R-E. It's kind of like when you're going canoeing or kayaking and you pull the oar, you can see a little like swirl of water, like a little whirlpool. It's the same kind of thing. We've got a lot of wind blowing in from the east, and as it interacts with air of different densities, like humidity versus dry, you can get these little swirls. In any sense, it's not a weather system that you would define as low pressure. It's not a front. It's just a little bit of a swirl of humidity, a wave, if you will. And that's going to help bump our rain chances up to a 30% chance this afternoon. With a high of 90, it will feel steamy as well. We'll be up to 91 in Claremont today, 86 at Daytona Beach. Well, let's talk about the tropics, because this is kind of a big story as far as the Western Hemisphere is concerned, not in that the Atlantic is expecting development because we're not. No tropical activity expected over the next 7 days, despite the fact that we have 4 tropical waves. One in the Caribbean we're watching carefully near Jamaica. No threat that that will develop anytime soon or at all. But that we've got a tropical depression, Boris, in the eastern Pacific, bringing really heavy rain to Acapulco today. And it could drop upwards of 6 to 8 inches. So if you have vacation plans there, friends or family, from Oaxaca down through Puerto Escondido and Acapulco, it is rainy. Now, farther south, there's another tropical system. This is Cristina, a tropical storm that's making landfall right now south of Tegucigalpa, capital of Honduras, heading into San Salvador and Guatemala City. And that is going to bring some really heavy rain to the Sierra Madre Oriental range there on the west coast of Central America, or I guess you could say in this case the south coast of Central America on the Pacific side. Oftentimes, when the Pacific is busy, it creates sinking air over the Caribbean and Gulf, keeping things quiet. So that's one of the reasons we're not expecting too much development on our side of Central America in the tropics. So it's all about the rain chances, Garrett. We're going to go from an isolated chance today to a scattered and then numerous chance Thursday through the weekend. Humidity increasing in our daily afternoon dose about 60%. So look for steamy mornings, some sunshine, and then the clouds build around lunchtime and you get those afternoon scattered thunderstorms.
It's nothing we're not used to, but it is a big change from what we have been dealing with the past few days.
And it was kind of a fast change where yesterday afternoon it was gorgeous, and then this morning a lot of people woke up and opened the front door and said, whoa, what happened overnight? But it was all about that weird swirly gyre thing coming off of the Atlantic. Not a weather system, but a wave.
Yeah, interesting stuff. Yeah. Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Brooks Garner, thanks for joining us.
You got it, Garrett. My pleasure as always.
Going to take a quick break, and we will be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Let's get you live to the Johnson Space Center, where right now we are getting ready to hear an announcement where we will learn the crew for the upcoming Artemis III mission. Let's go ahead and listen in.
To the extraordinary crew who will lead humanity's next steps toward the moon. We will have several speakers providing updates on Artemis III mission profile, Artemis acceleration plans, and mission science. Get ready for an inside look at innovation, ambition, and the future of space exploration. Without further ado, please join me in welcoming NASA Administrator Jared Isaacman.
Thank you, Vanessa. I am so grateful to be here with all of you as we discuss the Artemis program and announce the 4 astronauts who will undertake this very exciting mission. I want to take a moment to acknowledge the leadership of President Donald Trump, the incredible bipartisan support from Congress, our international partners, including the European Space Agency Director, General Josef Aschbacher, Italian Consul General Mauro Lorenzi, and the talent across all NASA centers and the most technologically advanced aerospace industry in the world. All of you are contributing meaningfully to this undertaking and helping us achieve what is such a daring and inspiring and world-changing endeavor. We are returning to the moon, a grand adventure back to the lunar surface to build a moon base, and to do so for all of its scientific, its economic potential, and to master the skills for where we will inevitably go next. The incredible crew of Artemis II was just the beginning, and they did an absolutely outstanding job. As a test mission, they were the first to launch on the SLS rocket and test the Orion spacecraft. Reed Wiseman, Victor Glover, Christina Koch, and Jeremy Hansen showed us the moon again, and they showed us the Earth again. They helped reinvigorate the world's interest in space exploration. And now, just as Mercury, Gemini, and Apollo crews that came before them, Artemis II will pass along all they have learned and hand the torch to Artemis III. Over the next year, they will train for their mission, ensure the lessons learned from the prior crew are implemented, and assist in the development of the landers and operational procedures that will be necessary for their colleagues on future Artemis missions. Artemis III will be an extraordinary demonstration of what is possible when the greatest aerospace companies across the United States, alongside our European partners, come together to showcase the technological might and ambition of the free world. When their training and development are complete, these 4 astronauts will strap into their spacecraft. You will witness the contributions of Boeing, United Launch Alliance, Lockheed Martin, Northrop Grumman, L3 Harris, and Airbus, and many others come together as the SLS rocket ignites the Artemis III crew and sends them into low Earth orbit. Additional powerful rockets will launch to place the Blue Origin and SpaceX Starship landers into orbit. Throughout the duration of the Artemis III mission, these astronauts will continue to test the Orion spacecraft. They will rendezvous and dock with the Blue Origin lander and then again with the SpaceX lander. Think about how many spacecraft, all of which will eventually carry human beings, will be in orbit at the same time. From Dragon, Shenzhou, Soyuz, possibly Starliner, Starship, and Blue Origin landers. This seems like the beginning of the future that we imagined as children. This seems like the very beginning of Earth's first Starfleet to me. Will we use Artemis III to get into the rhythm of multi-launch campaigns, test the interoperability across several systems while close to home, learn and improve, and inform the changes necessary when the torch will be passed once again? Now, preparations for Artemis III are already underway. The NASA team, our contractors, and our partners will start stacking SLS this summer with the aim of beginning early wet dress testing before the end of the year. The interested public will be able to follow along through all the key NASA milestones, along with Blue Origin and SpaceX as they launch uncrewed tests of their reusable rockets, gather data, implement improvements, and converge upon the Artemis III readiness no earlier than this time next year. In parallel, we will not slow down. The expectation of your NASA should be that we can pursue and achieve many extraordinary objectives at once. In a matter of weeks, we will host another moon-based event. To set expectations, we plan to issue awards and provide updates routinely. In the not-too-distant future, we will be tuning in on the moon-based website, watching landers and rovers and moonfall hopper drones and other tech demonstrations and science payloads landing on a near-monthly basis as we practice the science of survival on the lunar surface. Alongside industry and our Artemis Accords partners, we will experiment with power, navigation, surface mobility, communications, and other critical systems as we learn what does and does not work in the extreme environment of the lunar South Pole. Now, coming up later this summer, America's next great exploration asset, the Nancy Grace Roman Space Telescope, will launch and venture out nearly 1 million miles into space with the aim of further unlocking the secrets of the universe. And there are further big science missions like Near-Earth Object Surveyor, Rosalind Franklin, and Dragonfly coming up on deck. Now, to realize the spacefaring future, we will work tirelessly to ignite an orbital and someday, perhaps even a lunar economy, working alongside industry to usher in the first commercial space stations. In the months ahead, we will invest in high-temperature materials, power conversion, radiators, advanced space structures, and assemble the first fission-powered interplanetary spacecraft. Before the end of 2028, we will launch the first mission of what should be many more to follow as SR-1 Freedom finally gets America underway on nuclear power in space and delivers the Skyfall payload to Mars. The X-59 team has already passed the sound barrier, and we are well on our way to rebuilding the X-plane portfolio with greater investment in faster and higher capabilities as we aim to blur the line between in and out of atmospheric flight. As I've said many times, your NASA team will not sit on the sidelines and wait for all these exciting initiatives to be realized. We are embedding SMEs across the supply chain, doing the kind of engineering and building necessary to deliver the outcomes only NASA is capable of achieving. We can do this all while the Artemis III crew prepare for and undertake their important mission, while the rest of the astronaut corps plan for their missions ahead, including the vital work on the International Space Station. The NASA astronauts, alongside our international partners and tens of thousands of the best and brightest across the agency and industry, are ushering in the golden age of discovery. They are carrying forward the hopes and dreams of the next generation, just as the Apollo astronauts did for so many of us. When Gene Cernan left the lunar surface on Apollo 17, he said, "We leave as we came, and God willing, we shall return with peace and hope for all mankind." Now, it's taken a little bit longer than he may have imagined, but we are returning, and we do so with the experience of Apollo, the lessons of Artemis II, the crew now of Artemis III, and the promise of what lies ahead, and our collective effort to build out humanity's first outpost on another world. So to the Artemis III crew, we wish you Godspeed on the journey ahead. You carry the fire of exploration from generations past, the confidence of this agency, and the support of this nation, and the dreams of millions who will be cheering you on, knowing that what others believe to be impossible happens to be what we do best here at NASA. So, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Artemis generation. And now I'll turn it over to Jeremy Parsons for an Artemis III update.
Good morning. It's great to be here with you and to be part of the excitement as we progress forward towards Artemis III and our future missions to the lunar surface. Since adding the Artemis III test flight before our first crewed moon landing, our team is focused on developing the mission to test about as much as we can how we operate with our commercial partners across systems, teams, software, and hardware in the entirely difficult environment of space. We want to do this in Earth's orbit before we return to the moon and establish an enduring presence there. We demonstrated to the world during Artemis II that we can fly our astronauts around the moon and bring them home safely. The mission gave us insight into performance across all of our systems, how our teams operate together with crew in the deep space environment, thousands of miles from home. That is why we do test flights. We learned. We found things we needed to improve, and our teams are already hard at work solving those issues to make Orion even more capable. Across the Artemis II campaign, one of the biggest things we demonstrated is that testing like we fly puts us in the best position for success. Artemis III is an opportunity to take those lessons and apply them. It enables us to test in space how we will fly on future missions. As the first crewed Artemis mission with commercial spacecraft, this test flight will enable us to prove we can carry out highly choreographed operations with our partners across hardware, interfaces, software, propulsion systems, and life support elements, with crew in the high-stakes space environment. Are we able to launch in sequence with our partners across multiple launch pads and meet up at precise points in space? How do our spacecraft designed and built across NASA and different partners operate together in an integrated way in an unforgiving environment? We will learn how to fly these new spacecraft with new software, new life support systems. Every aspect of Artemis III will give us insight into how to refine our plans for Artemis IV and beyond and buy down risk. The mission, together with the uncrewed lander demonstrations to the moon, is specifically designed and targeted to the most significant risk for a lunar landing. We have many partners involved in making Artemis III successful, and while we recognize there are questions about how Blue Origin's recent anomaly impacts our plans, setbacks are a learning opportunity. We are confident that New Glenn will be ready for Artemis III, together with Blue Origin, but NASA is stepping in and bringing all of our expertise and capabilities to bear. We are working hand in hand with them to meet our commitments to return our nation to the moon. Let me assure you, NASA is taking an active role with all of our partners, contractors, and vendors to help solve the problems that are here today and ensure the right outcomes are achieved. These companies have unparalleled access not only to our agency experts, but also to our test facilities, launch support, technology development at all of the NASA centers across the country. Fundamentally, our approach to Artemis III will remain the same. We will use this mission to reduce risk for our future crewed moon missions with lander test articles from both Blue Origin and SpaceX to ensure we will beat China back to the moon. So we've talked about accelerating the Artemis cadence, and so I wanted to share with you a little about how the pieces of Artemis III are coming together. Our partners are making great progress in lander development. SpaceX's recent flight of its version 3 Starship demonstrated key aspects of their architecture and lander designs, and they are already applying those lessons to their next flight test. Blue Origin's Mark I lander recently completed vacuum testing here at Johnson Space Center. We have a training cabin that's been set up. Astronauts are actively working through that training. The Orion Crew module and its European-built service module are on track to be integrated together this summer, including the new docking system, which will fly for the first time on Artemis III. Our improved heat shield has been fully inspected and is ready to be installed. We are going to bring updated communication technologies to our missions, including adding optical communication to the spacecraft to improve our data exchange between Orion and the ground. We expect that to enhance what the public can see during the mission. SLS core stage processing is well underway inside the Vehicle Assembly Building at Kennedy Space Center. It arrived there in April, and teams have already mated the 2 segments of the core stage and will install the 4 RS-25 engines later this summer. Design and fabrication of a spacer that will replace the upper stage on Artemis III, because we're flying in low Earth orbit, is already in fabrication at NASA's Marshall Space Flight Center in Alabama. And for the ground systems, when we talk about acceleration, one of the best examples I've seen is that just 17 days after the launch of Artemis II, the mobile launcher was back in the Vehicle Assembly Building, well underway with refurbishment and preparations for stacking. Our teams are getting ready too. The launch team at Kennedy Space Center began conducting launch countdown simulations in May, which include practicing procedures to load propellant into SLS, as well as for launch countdown. At Johnson, mission segments are being simulated and crew training is well underway. Our spacesuit provider, Axiom Space, is making great progress as well. We have suit testing ongoing regularly at the Neutral Buoyancy Lab down the road here in Houston. Pressure garments worn under the suit are fully assembled and undergoing testing, and the components of the suit's primary life support system are in hand and being integrated. We are going to fly the spacesuit aboard the International Space Station to check it out in 2027, and we will perform hardware interface checkouts on at least 1 lander in a spacesuit during Artemis III. Again, this is an area where NASA is taking an active hand. We want to accelerate these deliveries, this hardware, and we're embedding NASA engineers across the board with Axiom and with partners in order to yank schedules to the left. All of this culminates in a mission where for Artemis III, the hardware is real, and we are going to begin stacking SLS rocket hardware this summer. This fall, we plan to roll out a shortened SLS stack with Orion on top. We want to test improved cryogenic seals and put our launch team through their paces, keep the training proficiency up. With an increased mission cadence, we're bringing everything we can to ramp up production and drive supply chain improvements across the key components of Artemis and across the United States. We are also moving aggressively to implement modifications to Orion that enable a broader range of lunar missions after Artemis III. This includes looking how Orion can rendezvous in Earth orbit with Starship and use that ship to push Orion to a lunar orbit. So I shared where the hardware is, but let me talk a little bit more about what we expect Artemis III to look like. Artemis III is an incredibly exciting, complicated, and highly coordinated multi-launch campaign. It's going to happen in a short period of time with 3 of the world's most powerful rockets. It will begin with the launch of Blue Origin's lander test article, which can loiter up into space for up to 90 days. This gives us flexibility to launch our crew of 4 in Orion on the powerful Space Launch System launched from Kennedy Space Center in Florida. The crew will fly their journey in low Earth orbit on a circular trajectory around Earth. Orion and the Blue Origin lander design will rendezvous in space, spending about 2 days in docked operations, conducting test technology demonstrations, including inside of Blue Origin spacecraft. More importantly, we intend to dock, perform integrated stack control, have crew cross the hatch, operate the lander, and get critical test of the life support systems that can only be done in space. This gives our teams key information on systems the lunar lander crew will depend on in an environment close to home versus 4+ days away around the moon. After docked operations, Orion will detach and await Starship. SpaceX's Starship lander test article will launch and meet up with Orion and our crew. Orion and Starship will dock, be connected together for about a day before the crew transitions to preparations for returning home, splashing down in the Pacific Ocean to a waiting recovery team made up of the U.S. Navy and NASA. In total, we expect the mission to last around 2 weeks. This mission is deliberately designed to take calculated risks so that future crews will be safer and ultimately successful when we put boots on the lunar surface. The complexity of our integrated operations across multiple launches, spacecraft, rendezvous, docking is greater in many ways than Artemis II. NASA, together with our partners, thrives in these challenging situations. Each of us are coming together for success. Human spaceflight is not for those who want to chart an easy course, but every decision we make about Artemis III will be informed about how it can help us ensure our mission success for the lunar surface. Artemis II reminded the world what we can do when we move together with clarity, discipline, and shared purpose. What the world saw was a successful mission. What we saw behind the scenes was years of coordination, planning, testing, problem solving, and collaboration with industry partners and government organizations. We are going to apply that same focus for Artemis III, and our teams are ready. To our crew, thank you for taking on this responsibility to train and fly for Artemis III. You have our commitment that we will do everything possible to keep you safe as you enable us to push the boundaries of space exploration. I'll now turn things over to John Caloris of Blue Origin.
Thank you. As you know, we had a significant anomaly at our Launch Complex 36A on May 28th. The response from NASA, our partners, and customers has been extraordinary. We're making excellent progress on the investigation and pad cleanup. We'll begin rebuilding once cleanup is complete, while continuing construction at Launch Complex 36B. Blue Origin's lunar engineering and production teams are continuing the pace for production of Mark 1 landers for Moon Base and for Artemis vehicles, with multiple serial numbers in build. Mark 1 serial number 1 testing will conclude soon and will be ready for launch this year. The mission will demonstrate key components of our Artemis landers, such as our BE-7 engine. Artemis III is a major step that fills important objectives prior to our uncrewed landing on the Moon in 2028, followed by our landing of astronauts that same year. On this mission, NASA and Blue Origin will demonstrate rendezvous, docking, hatch operations, ingress, and life support systems in low Earth orbit. This will allow the crew to gain familiarity with our Lunar Crew Module and even practice operations such as suit donning and zero gravity. Manufacturing is well underway on the Artemis III Mark II Lunar Crew Module, our storable reaction control system, our docking systems, and our environmental control and life support system. Our factories are running around-the-clock shifts in a responsible manner. Our vertical integration capabilities continue to produce hardware that feeds the production floor. We work very closely with NASA on engineering and testing support, with more to come. We expect to complete the vehicle for Artemis III and be ready for launch in 2027. Blue Origin is very motivated to be part of the journey of returning humans to the Moon. We've redoubled our efforts and are moving forward. I'm thrilled that we're just moments away from announcing NASA's Artemis III Crew. I'd like to also say that the Moon is the 8th continent, and we will measure ourselves not only by our successes, but how we respond to setbacks. With that, I'd like to introduce my friend Jessica Jensen from SpaceX.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Jessica Jensen, and on behalf of SpaceX, I want to first say early congratulations to the astronauts who will get to fly on this awesome mission next year. And thank you for the critical role you're about to play in pushing humanity forward. I also want to say that SpaceX is incredibly honored, as always, to continue to be a part of NASA's most critical missions as we all work together to establish a permanent human presence on the Moon. I'm here today to give an update on Starship's development towards Artemis III and Artemis IV. We've made substantial progress towards developing Starship and preparing for the NASA HLS missions. We just flew our 12th flight test and successfully debuted version 3, or V3, of the Starship and Super Heavy booster, along with the new Raptor 3 engines and a new launch pad, all of which were developed through years of ground and flight testing. We are currently building several ships and boosters in parallel at Starbase, and we are actively building out 3 more Starship launch pads in Florida and Texas. We believe this, combined with full reusability, is going to lead to unprecedented launch rates and achieving aircraft-like operations, which has always been our goal. The V3 design of Starship is planned to be the vehicle for propellant transfer, our uncrewed missions to the Moon, and for the HLS crewed lunar landing. Our HLS design and operations leverage years of proven experience from our NASA crew and cargo missions to the space station, from our high flight rate on Falcon 9, which is currently once every 2.5 days, and from reusability of Falcon fairings and boosters. Additionally, the docking hardware we're using for HLS is nearly identical to what we use currently on Dragon, and many of the rendezvous and proximity sensors that we're going to use for prop transfer and HLS have been flying on Dragon missions for many years. We're also actively building our first flight fidelity Starship HLS cabin at Starbase. The primary structure is assembled and prepared to be outfitted with key functional systems like avionics, power, life support systems, and more to come in the next few months. Later this year, we are targeting our in-space ship-to-ship propellant transfer demonstration. This is a core technology that will enable Starship to land humans and massive amounts of cargo on the moon. Then next year, we'll support Artemis III and the planned rendezvous and docking with Orion in low Earth orbit. For that mission, we're going to be using a V3 vehicle off the line with an added docking adapter. We are also marching towards our V3 Starship uncrewed lunar landing. This is another HLS milestone that will further demonstrate propellant aggregation in space and also a safe and autonomous landing on the surface of the moon. Then looking ahead to Artemis IV, we're continuing to develop all the crewed systems and certification necessary for the safe landing and return of astronauts to Orion. We have an updated plan with NASA that includes docking Starship with Orion in Earth orbit instead of NRHO, and then we use Starship to actually do the translunar injection with Orion attached. Then it will send them both to low lunar orbit before the landing. This approach improves crew safety by first conducting the critical docking event in Earth orbit, just like we're going to practice in Artemis III, and the crew can also abort off the lunar surface nearly any time versus waiting up to days from NRHO. In addition to improving crew safety, these new Artemis IV orbits also significantly lower the amount of propellant Starship needs to aggregate in space, since we now just have a more direct route to the moon, and this lowers schedule risk overall. We're incredibly excited to help return humans to the moon once again, and this time to stay. Thank you. And now, I will turn it over to Dr. Nikki Fox, head of NASA Science, and she is going to talk about Artemis III science.
Thank you so much, Jessica. Well, while Artemis II was all about moon joy, Artemis III will be all about Earth joy. We will be studying the route from Earth, and our Artemis III crew will be our mission scientists. Since Artemis III is a technical mission, the science we will be doing will look just a little bit different. We will study Earth's atmosphere, the environment around Orion during the mission, and the impact of space's influence within the Orion capsule. We're going to use this flight to buy down our risk for landed missions by developing our science processes, procedures, and readiness specifically for Orion to ensure the health and safety of our astronauts and spacecraft for our future Artemis missions. And the best way to do it is by taking real data that is uniquely enabled by this mission. For this technical and complex mission, we will focus on how we can better work with the unique Orion capsule and test and establish the necessary groundwork prior to landing on the mission with Artemis IV. With Artemis III, we will initiate the preparation phase of packing our interplanetary survival guide with the necessary knowledge, equipment, and roadmap needed to plant astronaut boots back on the lunar surface to stay. Think of it this way. If you're going on a road trip, you need to know before you go, ahead of time, and prepare with a game plan, not just for your destination, but for driving through all of the states in between. Weather. Will there be bad weather? Is your car ready for the trip? What do you need to pack for maximum comfort? And most importantly, will it all actually fit into the car? Leading SMD's Artemis III science team is Dr. Barbara Cohen. Barbara's team will be gathering the necessary information now so we can be ready for Artemis IV to begin that sustained presence on the lunar surface. Now, I know you all saw the joy of the science team during Artemis II. During Artemis III, we are continuing that great work to build up our scientist corps who will support future Artemis missions. By nailing down our processes now, we will be ready to hit the lunar surface running, saving time and space on Orion, and above all, squeezing out every drop of the critical science opportunities we have before us to make future missions a success. They will be collecting unique science that cannot be done elsewhere. Now, one way we'll be doing this is we'll be doing an observation campaign of the dynamic phenomena on the Earth, on our sun, and around the environment in space from Orion by using the processes that we developed for Artemis II. Having the Artemis III crew observe the Earth will be another great exercise for our teams to help guide the observations in a similar way on the Moon. These methods were adapted from the crew Earth observations proven already aboard the International Space Station. We will be focused particularly on understanding our Earth's atmosphere and the space environment in and around Orion through their observations. By observing Earth's atmosphere and how space weather impacts it, we can better understand how to protect the critical space-based technology there and all of that we rely on, as well as our future astronaut crews traveling through that region. To better predict how the sun will impact our atmosphere and also Orion, we have to not only look at our closest star, but we also have to look back at the Earth's atmosphere itself. Although the astronauts are not leaving the protective jacket of Earth's magnetosphere during this mission, future Artemis crews traveling to and exploring on the Moon and Mars will operate well outside Earth's magnetosphere and will be exposed to the harshest elements of deep space, including radiation. Now, this makes space weather research all the more vital as we move forward on the Artemis program, and our NASA space weather stations situated in strategic locations across our solar system are absolutely ready. When the sun triggers space weather events, the conditions in Earth's atmosphere can increase drag on the spacecraft. Now, this friction-like force pushes back against the vehicle, gradually draining its orbital energy and causing it to lose altitude over time, a process that we call orbital decay. This drag is highly sensitive to solar activity. So by analyzing atmospheric behavior, we can gain insight into different conditions by looking at how the atmosphere slows Orion down at different points in its flight. Understanding the environment outside Orion will also inform us of what future science instruments we could put on the outside of that vehicle. We're also using our ground-based assets across the world to look at Orion in low Earth orbit, and this is an opportunity that was not possible during the Artemis II mission due to the very quick time they spent in LEO. We are also characterizing the Orion capsule itself. We are going to initiate processes for Artemis contamination control and contamination knowledge by bringing samples out of Orion back to curation so we can identify and evaluate the environment within for our astronaut crew and for our future lunar samples. This will help us remove any background noise that may return with our lunar samples so we can subtract it out of the characterization of the samples and really get to the core of what they are. We will be doing all of this while also studying how our crew safely live and operate in space and within the Orion capsule, thereby ensuring future mission success. Now, we're still at the beginning with our planning for science, so stay tuned as there will be more exciting science yet to ride along with Artemis III. I am extremely excited for NASA to build upon the success of Artemis II and then Artemis III and to explore more of the moon, to build that sustained presence and to build our moon base to prepare for the next giant leap, human exploration of Mars. All while we lead the world doing paradigm-shifting science. At NASA, science enables exploration, and exploration enables science. And NASA Science is honored to take our part in the Artemis generation. And with that, I am delighted to hand it back to Administrator Isaacman.
Okay. So you want to find out who the astronauts are? All right. Well, thank you, Jeremy, John, Jessica, and Nikki for providing these incredible updates. Now, before we proceed, I would like to invite Vanessa, our Center Director here, to please join me on the stage. I'd also like our Deputy Administrator, Matt Anderson, if you could join us, our Associate Administrator, Amit Rashia, Director General of the European Space Agency, Josef Aschbacher, and Lori Glaze, who's going to lead our human spaceflight efforts, Norm Knight, our Flight Operations Director, and Scott Tingle, our Chief Astronaut. If you would, please join us on the stage. Now, alongside the prime crew, we have a backup crew member who will train shoulder to shoulder with them to ensure mission readiness and continuity. Test pilot, Air Force Colonel, and former SpaceX Crew 4 pilot stands ready to join the team if necessary, Artemis III backup crew member, Bob Hines. Now, Bob has logged 170 days in space across 2 ISS expeditions and can step into any role needed on this mission. Now, moving on to our mission specialist for Artemis III, test engineer and Coast Guard Reserve Commander, making his first space flight, mission specialist Andre Douglas. Army Black Hawk helicopter pilot, family medicine physician, and record-setting astronaut, mission specialist, Colonel Frank Rubio. on to our pilot, two-time flyer, ESA astronaut, the first Italian space station commander, and Italian Air Force colonel and test pilot, Luca Parmitano. Now to our commander, two-time astronaut, former space station commander, Marine Corps colonel, and test pilot with more than 7,000 flight hours, Artemis III commander, Randy Bresnik. All right, let's give it one more round of applause for your Artemis III prime crew.
Randy, Luca, Frank, and Andre, I am excited to welcome you as the next crew in the Artemis journey to successfully return to the moon, this time to stay. This mission will be one of the most complex that NASA has undertaken, and we are counting on your courage and your dedication in fulfilling this critical role. It also underscores the importance of both international and commercial collaboration. This crew is comprised of astronauts from NASA and ESA, and they will train together to develop their expertise in multiple spacecraft from our commercial partners. All of this while working hand in hand with the flight control team that works tirelessly to manage risk, ensure crew safety, and of course, mission success. This multifaceted integration demonstrates that we will go farther faster when we go together. As the Director of Flight Operations, I have the opportunity to get to know every astronaut as well as many of the team members that support our missions and other critical integral roles. These integrated teams are the backbone of the mission, working as a single entity to accomplish the mission objectives while aligning to crew and vehicle safety. I would also like to thank the families of our astronauts and those of our team members who provide the support that allow us to accomplish these ambitious goals for our country and humanity. To simply say, I am encouraged, I'm inspired, and I'm filled with hope when I think of this mission and the teams associated with it. To the Artemis III crew, each of you possess a unique background, and your vast experience and unwavering dedication to NASA's mission enables you to help make us and take this next great step in space exploration. I am proud to work alongside you as we make our mark on history. This mission begins now, and it will conclude with your safe return to Houston, where you will be reunited with your families. Now, I'm honored to turn it over to Mission Specialist Andre Douglas.
Wow. What an amazing day it is today. My brain, it is going a mile a minute right now, but my heart, it is so warm. It is so full. And I can't thank everybody who's been along with my journey, but I got a few tonight I got to give a shout out to. So Mom, thank you so much for believing in me, this whole time. All these years, you prayed for me, you thought about me, and I always appreciate that. And Dad, that work ethic that you showed, I was trying to emulate you. Thank you so much. Oh, by the way, happy early Father's Day. And to Rachel, my lovely wife, thank you, babe. The support you've given is unwavering. It has been a lot. What a journey. I'm so glad you're on this journey with us. It's just amazing. You're amazing. Couldn't have done it without you. I love you so much. And to my boys, if you put in the hard work, and you think big, you can do just about anything you want to do. Surround yourself with good people. You can do this. You can do whatever you want. You just got to try hard. All right? So, I don't have enough time to go through everybody out there, but we really appreciate you guys supporting us. This mission is going to be fantastic. What an excellent crew. Very proud to serve with these gentlemen. Very fine crew. And go Artemis, go NASA.
Thanks, Trey. Well said. And wow is the right word. What an incredible blessing and an honor it is to be standing here representing all of you. And I'd just like to take a quick second to say thank you, first and foremost, to my wife and our 4 amazing kids. Thank you for your sense of adventure and your resiliency. You guys have made all of this possible. To our community of friends and family who've always been there when we most needed them. We've called upon them many times, and they've always stepped up, so thank you guys. You know who you are. And then last but absolutely not least is to the NASA team, NASA community, to our leadership, to our engineers, our flight controllers, our flight directors. You guys are the ones that make this happen, so thank you. And last, but definitely not least, is to our peers, CB, and all the support staff that we have. We look forward to representing you guys and to helping take the next step so that we can watch you guys continue to make history. So thank you, and go Artemis III.
I apologize in advance if I get emotional. I'm honored by the role that I've been given. I'm also very humbled by the task in front of us. But first and foremost, I'm grateful. There are many parts that need to come together for a space launch. And you need a launch pad. And for me, that launch pad is my country, Italy, its education system, the Italian Air Force that gave me the professional tools to bring me here today, the Italian Space Agency that gave me the first flight to put those skills to proof, and for that I'm very grateful. The European Space Agency is like a launch tower connecting these two worlds, building bridges. Its very nature is to build relationships and building bridges, connections, and to elevate individuals to achieve their full potential. The rocket figuratively and literally, is NASA. I'm grateful that NASA has allowed me to be part of this incredible group of people, of this crew, and for letting me fly. But we wouldn't be going anywhere without fuel, and the fuel that lets everything move is right here. Maya, Sarah, Marta, my extended family here in the crowd. You are the energy that feeds my soul. And your love is the spark that ignites every passion. Thank you. Grazie.
I'll echo the amazing words of my colleagues. Wow. It is an honor and a blessing to be a part of such a stellar crew. I must also say thanks to our spouses and our families. Without their support and sacrifice, we would not be standing up here before you right now. To my wife, Rebecca, you're the love of my life, my rock, thank you. And it's the... It is their support of our families that's going to carry forward from today when we start training very soon. Carry us all the way to when we launch off Earth until we are returned to them safely after splashdown back here on planet Earth. Would also like to thank the Astronaut Office leadership, Flight Operations Directorate, and the NASA Johnson Space Center leadership for the opportunity to represent the astronaut corps and every single person in NASA, ESA, our industry partners, our international partners, whose blood, sweat, and tears, okay, hopefully not blood, and very few tears, but their collective effort will lift all of us up on that SLS rocket when we hit launch day and carry us through the mission. We'd also like to thank NASA leadership and our ESA leadership, humanity from this spaceship Earth, that we will carry forward into the Artemis, as we execute this Artemis mission, extending human spaceflight into the future and exploring the cosmos. Now, spaceflight is hard, and that's why the most important Artemis mission will always be the next Artemis mission, where we are doing flight tests on every single flight, incrementally determining the flight envelope, expanding it, proving out capabilities, and making the operational procedures that we have more and more precise. Because every single mission we will do after this will be more challenging and more complex. We are certainly humbled as a crew to be able to be your crew that executes this Artemis III mission in space, being that unifying link between the phenomenal Artemis II mission we just had 2 months ago and the Artemis IV mission that will follow ours, where we will again be the first to land humans on another celestial body, that celestial body being our neighbor in the sky at night, the moon. Thank you.
In the words of the crew, wow. That was truly special. Thank you, Artemis III Crew. Hearing from each of you has inspired everyone supporting this mission across the globe. We're all in. This mission is going to captivate the world and bring us Earth joy. Let's look ahead at what's in store for Artemis III. Another wow. Artemis brings us together, uniting partners from around the world in pursuit of a common goal. With that spirit of global collaboration, I would now like to invite ESA Director General Josef Aschbacher back on stage for a few remarks.
Wow, what an atmosphere, what a moment. Ladies and gentlemen, days like this do not come often, when history is not something we remember, but something we are about to make. Just weeks ago, at NASA's Kennedy Space Center in Florida, I had the privilege of witnessing the launch of Artemis II. It was an unforgettable moment. Artemis III will be a different mission, but no less remarkable. Before anyone sets foot on the moon, someone has to make that possible. That responsibility now rests first and foremost with NASA, but also with the crew we are honoring today. The crew will test what has never been tested at this level. You will take a system of extraordinary complexity and make it work as one. In many ways, you are unlocking the lunar landing itself. And for us at ESA, there is real pride in knowing that alongside the NASA commander, a European astronaut will also be at the controls of this mission. ESA and NASA do more than cooperate. We build dreams and spacecraft together. The European Service Module carries Orion forward into orbit to the moon. Shared ambition made tangible in hardware. And on Artemis III, our partnership is in the capsule as well. It's Luca, a test pilot by training with 2 missions to space, a commander of the International Space Station. He has seen spaceflight from every angle that matters. Colonel in the Italian Air Force, combat ready, qualified, highly decorated, a proud father of 2 daughters. And he has been tested. During a spacewalk early in his career, his helmet began to fill with water, a dangerous situation by any standard. He handled it with calm and clarity and brought himself back safely. That tells you more about an astronaut than any CV ever could. Luca is precise, composed, and determined. Yes, I'm sure he brings a touch of Italian ease to the cockpit. He is exactly the right person for this role, and he is ready. At ESA, we are ready as well. Our 23 member states are aligning to step up in exploration. Because when you choose to be part of something as ambitious as Artemis, you contribute. That is what we do, what we will continue to do. But today is not about programs. It is about people, those who once went to the moon and those now preparing to return. To Jared, to NASA, to the United States of America, thank you for your leadership and thank you for your partnership. To the crew of Artemis III, you carry something important for all of us. And to our ESA crew member, we could not have wished for a better pilot. Caro Luca, siamo orgogliosi di te. Buon volo. Thank you all.
Thank you, ESA Director General Aschbacher. Let's now take a look at some special messages recorded by Senator Ted Cruz, Chairman of the Commerce, Science, and Transportation Committee, and Representative Brian Babin, Chairman of the House Science, Space, and Technology Committee.
Congratulations on being chosen for the Artemis III mission. It's a big damn deal. Following the extraordinary success of Artemis II, America has entered a bold new era of space exploration and discovery. Under the leadership of Administrator Jared Isaacman, NASA is paving the way for humanity's return to the moon and beyond. As the chairman of the Senate Commerce Committee, I've been proud to author or co-author nearly every major piece of space legislation in the last 14 years. I've led the fight to advance the NASA Authorization Act and secured landmark investments in the Working Families Tax Cut Act to ensure the future of Artemis is bright, robust, and enduring. Now this crew, each of you, will turn those investments into reality. At a time of growing competition with China in space, this mission will strengthen America's leadership, expand our economy, and help secure a lasting American lunar presence. When America commits to a mission, we lead and we succeed. You will make our nation proud. Thank you for your commitment to this great nation's space program, and may God continue to bless the United States of America.
Hi, everybody. Congressman Brian Babin. Congratulations to the Artemis III crew. Following the successful mission of Artemis II, your selection marks another historic milestone in America's return to deep space. Each Artemis mission builds upon the last one, and the mission ahead is a critical next step as we prepare to return humans to the lunar surface and lay the foundation for a sustained presence on the moon alongside our international partners. You're carrying forward a very proud tradition of exploration that stretches from Mercury on to Apollo and now to Artemis. Through your dedication, courage, and service, you will help open a new chapter in humanity's journey beyond Earth. As you begin preparing for this mission, please know that you have the support of the American people. We will be praying for your training, for your families, and for your success in the months ahead. I am deeply honored to play a small part in supporting America's space program. I'm very proud of each of you for answering the call to explore. May your mission inspire future generations to dream boldly, to dare greatly, and to carry the spirit of discovery farther than ever before. God bless you. Thank you.
The story of human space exploration continues to inspire, and the momentum carries forward as the spotlight turns to the remarkable crew assembled here today. Randy, Luca, Frank, and Andre, we have a special group of people who would like to share some words with each of you. Joining us now, we have some of the Artemis II crew. Please help me in welcoming Reed, Victor, and Christina.
All right, comrade Randy, Luca, Frank, our backup, Andre, Douglas. So good to see your family out there. So good to see all the families. On behalf of myself, Christina, Victor, and we all know Jeremy wishes he was going to be here today, that he could be here. We just want to say how completely fired up we are for you. I hope you saw us down there cheering, screaming as loud as we could. And Randy, in your comments, I really loved when you said that you all are the link from to the surface. And that really resonated with me. And you guys know, because you work in the office, we've been carrying these batons around for way too long. And so with that, the Artemis II crew, comrade, hands you the baton. You got the controls.
I know all of us are very touched by the thoughtful symbolism of the passing of the baton. But I think now, after your mission, you're passing us something far greater. The world watched your mission. And over the course of those 10 days, we saw how you inspired people worldwide. You saw how something was ignited within people, it was ignited within all of us by watching your mission. While this may look like just a baton, right now it's in my hand, it feels like this big flaming, Olympic torch that you, Reed, Christina, Victor, and Jeremy lit. And the world was entranced by its flame for the 10 days of the mission. We, the Artemis III crew, are honored to be able to carry this torch forward, to be able to execute our mission, to make that flame burn brighter and pass it on. And be able to pass that flame on to the next crew that's out here. And so it is our distinct honor and privilege, and echoing the immortal words of Apollo 11's Michael Collins, to be carrying the fire through the next Artemis mission. Thank you.
What an incredible moment. As we wrap up today's announcement, I'd like to thank our amazing speakers and our esteemed guests, and most of all, our Artemis III crew, Randy, Luca, Frank, and Andre. As you prepare to embark on this next giant leap, know we stand united, ready to support you at every turn with mission excellence, pushing the boundaries of what's possible for the benefit of all humanity. Let's give one final round of applause for our crew.
That event coming to an end at Johnson Space Center in Houston, where just moments ago we learned the names of the Artemis III crew. That would be Commander Randy Bresnik, Mission Specialist Frank Rubio, Mission Specialist Andre Douglas, and Pilot Luca Parmitano. Now, a couple of things that I do want to show you that we have been able to learn about these crew members. The first, Frank Rubio, a Miami native. You see, he holds an American record for longest space flight, spent 371 days in space. Again, he's a Miami native, graduated from Miami Sunset Senior High School, and is part of this Artemis III mission. We also know that mission specialist Andre Douglas was born in Miami, so another Florida tie there. A NASA astronaut, served in the Coast Guard in Cape Canaveral as well, so another Florida connection there. So the commander is Randy Bresnik, who was born in Fort Knox, Kentucky. Had his primary flight training in Pensacola. And then the pilot of the flight is Luca Parmitano from Italy. From the European Space Agency. He completed 6 spacewalks. You heard a little bit about some of the adversity that he has overcame in his time as well. So we are going to get to know these astronauts and their stories more and more in the coming months as we get closer to an Artemis III launch. You heard from NASA Administrator Jared Isaacman saying in that event at Johnson Space Center that they hope to begin some of the wet dress rehearsals by the end of the year ahead of a planned Artemis III launch next year. And as we have talked quite a bit about, this is something that plays a very important role in future moon missions. We heard a lot today about how this is kind of a stepping stone, that they're going to take calculated risks during this Artemis III mission in order to make sure that future missions are safe. That's all part of these different test flights and different things that they are going to be doing, all part of that the mission objectives with more lunar launches and future lunar landings on the way. Well, we're going to take a break here on Fox 35 News Plus. On this Tuesday afternoon, now 12:40. Been listening into that news conference in Houston for a little over an hour now. We're going to take a quick break. We've got more to get to, so don't go anywhere, and we'll be right back.
watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Weimer here. Let me give you a live look at Capitol Hill, where we're expecting a news conference in about 15 minutes or so from several members of Congress, including Congresswoman Anna Paulina Luna, a Republican from Florida. Members of both parties going to be at this news conference. We're also going to hear from a whistleblower, David Grush, who has testified before on Capitol Hill. This is all about UFOs, UAPs. This news conference is going to call for additional releases of some specific files, some things that they want to see. They're also going to talk about legislation that they want to see Congress pass, including the UAP Disclosure Act, which they say is a formal path toward full transparency of files of what the government knows about UFOs and UAPs. That legislation would also strengthen whistleblower protections. And then they're also going to call on foreign governments to join the effort for additional releases of information. So we'll bring you this news conference live coming up. It's expected to begin around 1 o'clock. Again, Anna Paulina Luna, Republican from Florida, Congressman Jared Moskowitz, Democrat from Florida, expected to be there, joined by some members of Congress from other states. And again, that's a whistleblower as well, going to be speaking at that news conference in just a little bit. Meanwhile, we heard from civil rights attorney Ben Crump at a news conference in Eatonville earlier today, where he was joined by family members of Thomas Farley, a man who was left paralyzed after he was tased multiple times by Palm Bay police back in 2024. Today, we now know that they are filing a multi-million-dollar lawsuit against the police department, and they have called for charges as well in the past over this incident. I want to play for you some of that news conference as we heard from attorney Ben Crump and Thomas Farley's loved ones just a little bit ago.
I'm attorney Ben Crump, along with attorney Tony Ramanucci, attorney LaFonda Middleton, attorney Josh Levin, attorney Gabrielle Higgins. We have the very distinct honor of representing the family of Thomas Farley. We have present with us this morning Miss Pamela Farley and her son, Jared Farley. This is such an emotional day for her, but it's also an important day. And so I'm here to announce with this phenomenal team of lawyers that we are filing a multi-million-dollar civil rights wrongful death lawsuit involving the tragic circumstances surrounding the paralysis initially and then the wrongful death of Thomas Farley that occurred in Palm Bay, Florida on June 28, 2024. He lived for about a year. His mother and family stayed with him constantly as he fought for life. And regrettably, he lost that fight on June 19, 2025. Thomas Farley, on June 28, 2024, was at a store talking with other people. Police pull up, everybody leaves, they run. Nobody has said that Thomas committed any crime whatsoever. However, the Palm Bay police officers who were pursuing him when he was climbing a fence, inexplicably, for reasons we still don't understand to this day, reasons they can't explain, we don't believe, tased him. Not once, not twice, not 3 times, not 4 times, not 5 times, but tased him 6 times while he was climbing a fence. And it was so foreseeable that you can't tase people when they're climbing fences, especially when you know they haven't committed any criminal act or heinous crime. They tased them. It's so foreseeable that you tase a person climbing a fence. It's dangerous that they can fall and sustain critical, life-threatening injuries. And that is exactly why we're here today, because Thomas Farley fell and broke his neck and was a quadriplegic and fought courageously for almost a year before he succumbed to those injuries. And that's why we're filing this multi-million-dollar civil rights wrongful death lawsuit to deal with the enormity of all the medical bills, not to mention the value that none can be placed, and that is losing your firstborn, your child. And you're going to hear from Ms. Farley after you hear from a few other lawyers about this devastation to her and her family and why she continues to fight. Before Attorney Levin come up and speak with you all, it is important to know that there was no probable cause that existed for this type of use of force. This is tantamount to the exact language of the 8th Amendment against excessive use of force. It was excessive. You hear on the body camera video that they even have problems when they hear he tased them 6 times. And I know their position is, well, the state attorney didn't file charges. Look at the video. Look at the video. As the young people just say so often, you don't need to say no more. Just watch the video. Watch the video of how unnecessary it was for them to tase him those 6 times. Watch the video where he falls off the fence and he tells them he can't feel his legs, and their response where they show him no humanity. Watch the video where they are talking about what just happened and the responses of what they say while the video is rolling. And Attorney Levin is going to explain to you how proscribed this conduct is by the courts of law in America. But it's the Constitution of the United States that should matter more than anything. This excessive use of force cannot be condoned. The more we condone it, the more they feel that they have a license to do it. And it was Pamela Farley's son this time. If we don't do something to curtail this god-awful excessive force, then it will be your child next time. That's why we're here, to get some measure of justice for Thomas Farley, but equally important, to prevent it from happening to your child. That's what we're fighting for. Right now, you're going to hear from a tremendous lawyer. He's a young lawyer, but I tell you, he's brilliant. He's part of the Ramanucci and Blandon law firm, who I was honored to work with in the historic justice we got for George Floyd, and as we fight for Tyree Nichols in Memphis, Tennessee, and now we're here fighting in Central Florida for Thomas Farley's family. You'll find no brighter hope for civil rights in America than this young brother who is a tactician when it comes to filing pleadings, and we're the better to have him on the team. Attorney Joshua Levin.
Before that news conference continues, we're going to step aside, take another break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Weimer here, giving you this live look at Capitol Hill, where any minute expect this news conference to get underway, where you see the podium there saying task force on the declassification of federal secrets. We expect several members of Congress to be in attendance, including Congresswoman Anna Paulina Luna, who I see walking up right now, Jared Moskowitz, Tim Burchett, a number of members of Congress expected to be at this news conference, as is a whistleblower who has testified before on Capitol Hill about UFOs and UAPs. And so they are going to call for additional releases, call for some legislation as well that they hope to see passed that will increase transparency on this issue, and a number of other things as well. While we are waiting on that to begin, I do want to just give you a couple of quick notes here, because it looks like that's getting ready to get underway. President Trump posting on Truth Social just minutes ago, I've just been informed by our great military that last night the Iranians shot down one of our highly sophisticated Apache helicopters while patrolling over the Strait of Hormuz. There were 2 pilots involved. Both are safe and uninjured. Nevertheless, the United States must, of necessity, respond to this attack. Thank you for your attention to this matter. So the president vowing to retaliate for the shooting down of a U.S. military helicopter over the Strait of Hormuz. We will keep monitoring that situation this afternoon. We also have a quick update on a story we've been following out of a New Smyrna Beach, where there was a search going for 2 missing boaters. We have learned just in the last little bit that those boaters have been found. We don't have any other details about that right now, but we'll continue to work on learning more about that this afternoon. Meanwhile, it looks like this news conference here on Capitol Hill is just about to get underway. So let me see here. I'm going to go ahead and open up
Good afternoon.
The audio. Let's go ahead.
Thank you all for attending this historic event. My name is James Fox. I've been investigating UFO cases, now referred to as UAP, across the globe for over 30 years. And I've directed 7 feature-length documentaries on the subject. In recent years, Congress has held multiple public hearings on UAP, which is a dramatic shift towards transparency. And thanks to many members of Congress, the issue is now being taken very seriously. We, the people, are finally hearing accounts in a credible setting from first-hand U.S. military personnel about highly advanced unknown craft that fly rings around our frontline fighter jets. With President Trump's unprecedented directive to release UAP files, we are seeing more and more of these type of craft captured on various government sensors, and I'm told this is just the beginning. One of the aspects to the phenomenon that's spoken about with less frequency are close encounters of the third kind. Reporting by witnesses of entities of non-human sentient beings connected to the craft. Don't take it from me, some of these reports come directly out of United States Air Force's own files. In fact, the very scientists who coined the phrase close encounters of the third kind investigated cases for the United States Air Force from 1947 to 1969, Dr. J. Allen Hynek. According to Hynek, it was cases like those that the United States Air Force desperately tried to keep secret, because it's one thing to try and confuse the public with weather balloons and swamp gas, and another entirely different when dealing with credible reports of non-human beings on the ground. I personally investigated one such case for over 16 years. The case occurred in Varginha, Brazil in 1996 and involves dozens of first-hand reports of UAP and direct contact with living, intelligent, non-human beings who, according to multiple Brazilian witnesses, were flown out of Brazil to the United States in January of 1996. Recently, the former Brazilian Ministry of Defense, Aldo Rebelo, confirmed the incident occurred and stated, if the U.S. disclosed information on this case, then we in Brazil could do the same. Mr. President, I'm respectfully requesting that you declassify and release all files related to this case and others like it. We, the people, have a right to know. Reality should not be classified. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. Thank you for being here today. And I just want to say, especially for the members standing behind us, as you know, this Congress, we were given permission to stand up the task force on declassification of federal secrets. Many of our colleagues did not believe in this up until really the videos started coming out. And had it not been for the efforts of Representative Burleson, Burchett, Moskowitz, and the countless of other members who have backed us in this fight, you probably wouldn't see some of these files and videos that are coming out today. But it doesn't just stop here. For some time, we've been pushing for there to be legislation, whether it be whistleblower protections or the UAP Disclosure Act, and it's been time and time again stonewalled by various intelligence agencies and staff within the House of Representatives, which is why we are grateful to the administration and their effort, as well as Stephen Miller's office, in pursuing the truth, something that we all should deserve transparency on. And so our next call to action will be that we are meeting with the White House. We are requesting that whistleblowers receive temporary immunity or permanent immunity, and if they are able to divulge whether it is locations of craft and or advanced technologies. As you know, this is something that we are all wanting to know the truth on, and again, without your cooperation, we wouldn't have been where we are at today. And so thank you. I'd like to now introduce Representative Eric Burleson.
Thank you all for being here today. I want to first begin by thanking everyone that's here, and I want to thank my colleagues behind me, this task force. We could not do this without the incredible leadership of Representative Luna and my colleagues on the team. We also wouldn't be here today if it weren't for the brave men and women who have come forward as whistleblowers, who have plowed that soil. We wouldn't be here without these individuals. And we also wouldn't be here celebrating the victories that we have were it not for President Trump. We finally have a leader that the American people can trust to challenge institutions that have grown far too comfortable operating without accountability. For decades, the American people have been treated like children, told that our government secrets that they don't get to know. Don't ask, don't expect answers, just trust the process. Well, the American people are done with that answer, and I'm done with that answer. Over the last 3 years, we have made more progress on this issue than at any point in modern history. We've held hearings. We've reviewed Russian and Brazilian records, including a formal FBI inquiry into the '96 Varginha incident, where witnesses alleged the Brazilian military captured non-human entities and craft and buried the truth. Today, Aldo Rebelo, who was the Ministry of Defense at the time, came forward and admitted that this event was true. We've sent targeted inquiries into MIT Lincoln Laboratories, MITRE, and every government agency that's been connected to UAP. We've worked with lawmakers across 4 continents. We've sought answers on cases like Matthew Sullivan, a would-be whistleblower whose tragic death deserves far more scrutiny than it has received. We've obtained video evidence, including the MQ-9 footage of a UAP incident off the coast of Yemen, delivered to my office through what can only be described as a Tom Clancy-style dead drop. Someone felt that they had, now think about this, someone felt they had to secretly hand information to an elected official, a member of Congress. Why would anyone fear bringing information to Congress? They shouldn't. We are no longer asking hypothetical questions anymore. Congress is requesting specific records and videos. These agencies and contractors know that they exist, and we're going to get them released. We continue to receive credible claims of recovered craft and reverse engineering programs that may have operated for decades outside of any oversight. Those claims point to specific facilities, contractors, records, and people. Congress has a constitutional duty to follow them, and that duty does not vanish because someone stamped a document classified 30 years ago. It does not vanish because some bureaucrat says so. It does not vanish because a program has become so compartmentalized that even elected officials are expected to look the other way. The Constitution gave Congress oversight, authority for a reason. No elected bureaucrat has that authority. This information is not yours to keep. It belongs to the American people. They own it, and they deserve the truth. The most important people in this story are the whistleblowers. David Grush, Admiral Gallaudet, Dylan Borland, Jeff Nusatelli, and the many others who haven't been named yet. Their careers were upended. Their families were torn apart. They endured an avalanche of stress, all because they believed this information belongs to you, the American people, and they attempted to and tried to get it to you. Some will say they should have used more proper channels. To hell with the safe way. The safe way protects the system. These are people who simply wanted the American people to see what they know, and they deserve protection. They deserve our respect, and they deserve a second chance. And we are at a different time. This is the age of disclosure. Mr. President, I'm asking you directly, waive the non-disclosure agreements that still bind these patriots. Grant immunity to anyone and everyone who has already come forward and everyone who will come forward. Open the door and let them speak. Because unless people know they will be protected, why would they come forward and step forward otherwise? It is time that we flip the script entirely as well. It has been said by people in positions that know that even presidents have been kept on a need-to-know basis, that Navy pilots, admirals, and generals describe programs to senior officials that commander-in-chiefs were never briefed on, career bureaucrats who view presidents as temporary help, here today, gone tomorrow. That is not classification, that's a constitutional crisis. Transparency must be the default in the United States of America, and it should be required for those with knowledge to come forward, not wait for us to ask. There must be real penalties for officials who knowingly withhold information from Congress. Playing dumb is no longer acceptable. Hiding behind classification is no longer acceptable. Mr. President, you know that the agencies lie. You know that firsthand. They have lied to you. They have lied about you. They do not cooperate easily, and they never have. This is the moment. Use the authority that you have, Mr. President. The American people are behind you. And everyone listening today in government, working for a contractor, retired, anywhere in the world, come to Congress. Come to these group of people. We will work with you. This is a worldwide call for action. And what you know, and help us please release every record, every file, and every piece of information. The time is now. Thank you. And with that, I'll yield to the General, Mr. Perry.
I didn't blame you. What's that? Just be brief. Be brief, be brilliant, be gone. Well, it's good to be with you all, and it's great to be with my colleagues and people that want transparency in America. And just like my good friend Mr. Burleson, Representative Burleson, said, this isn't the government's information. Unless there's some kind of national security element that's going to imperil our safety, this is our information. We should have it, every single bit of it, and you shouldn't be crazy, and you shouldn't have your reputation destroyed because you want to disclose. This is our government. This is our country. This is our information, and damn it, we demand it. God bless you.
Thank y'all. My name's Congressman Tim Burchett, and I know y'all got up this morning and said, "Dadgum, I hope I get to stand out in the heat and listen to some redneck talk for too long." Well, I'll keep it short. I am a redneck, proudly. But it's a pleasure being here with you. I want to first salute the bravery of these folks standing back here on the back row for their guts. This country was not created by a bunch of meek pansies. As people that took a stand, and these fellows took a stand, and thank y'all so much. I really appreciate that. I appreciate my colleagues in Congress. I even have to say it, I have to appreciate my friends in the media today, so there you go. I've crossed over the divide. But you know, I talked to the president about this issue, and he kept his word to me. He kept his word, and I think that's important. But I think we also need to remember, too, when I'm sitting in a skiff and some little punk in a man bun tells me the president's on a need-to-know basis, folks, that ought to tell you right there what we're up against. We're up against corruption. We're up against a cover-up. This thing's been covered up at least since 1947. Dadgummit, the public deserves the right to know. It's your dadgum tax dollars. It's not about little green men or flying saucers. It's about what are we spending all these millions and possibly billions of dollars on that these idiots tell us don't exist. And then yet we turn right around in the skip and then they tell us they do exist. This is a cover-up. You all know it. We know it. We demand the answers, and dadgummit, we're going to get them. Look, We got one or two bites at this apple. Please be careful about the false information that's coming out of Washington on all this stuff. Trust your gut. You know what's right. You know they exist. You know this has been a cover-up since before most of y'all been born. Thank y'all so much. Let's keep fighting for the truth. And thank you, Donald Trump, for keeping your word to me. And you all deserve to be in that skiff with us. We shouldn't be the gatekeepers, and none else of these jugheads up here should either. All right? Let's get at it. Thank y'all. And I don't care if he's across the aisle or not. He's one of the smartest guys I know in Congress, and he's one of my best friends. His name is Jared Moskowitz. Jared, come up here, brother.
All right, that'll be used in my primary. Wonderful.
I hate his gun.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
I don't have a plastic Jesus.
Appreciate the correction for the record. Anyways, it's a pleasure to be here. It's a pleasure to be here with my colleagues, and let me thank the men and women behind them, not just for their courage, but for their service to the country. And that's what's changed. I mean, look, this conversation started years ago with people like the late Harry Reid, and then Marco Rubio and Chuck Schumer, and now my colleagues and many others in the House. But one of the things that changed is the quality and the caliber of people who are coming forward who have served our military, decorated people with the experience, airline pilots, and the technology in our hands, and the technology that our military has. That's what's changed. And what's also changed is we started asking questions, very simple questions. And this is what got me interested in the topic. We would ask questions, and they would then push back. And we would ask more questions, and the pushback became more significant. We would try to put language in an amendment, in a bill, and they would oppose it. They would secretly go to the chairman of committees to strip that language out. And that became clear to us that they were hiding something. And so listen, I don't know what the full truth is, but I know we're being lied to. And the American people know that also. And so look, the time for disclosure is now. Disclosure today, disclosure tomorrow. The American people have a right to know. We know about these advanced technology programs. We know they come out of Area 51. They did when we went to kill Osama bin Laden with an advanced technology helicopter that Congress never funded. There's trillions of dollars missing at the Pentagon. Where does that money go? And so it's time for the government to come forward. And what we need is we need your help, all of you here. I get asked this question by people in my community more than anything else. What does the government know, and why aren't they telling us? The American people can handle it. They can handle it. I trust them. And it's time that we tell them the truth. Thank you.
Yeah.
Introduce yourself.
My name is Leslie Kane. I'm one of the reporters who wrote the 2017 New York Times story that fundamentally changed the conversation about UAP. In the years that followed, members of Congress met with Navy pilots and received classified briefings. Some came to realize that the observed objects were highly unlikely to be American, Russian, or Chinese technology, but nobody would publicly confirm what they were. Then, in 2023, the conversation changed again. Former intelligence official and whistleblower David Grush met with members of Congress, providing them with detailed information about covert government programs that he said possessed craft of non-human origin. This had been hidden from congressional oversight for decades. I was privileged to have interviewed Mr. Grush extensively before publishing his story with my colleague Ralph Blumenthal 3 years ago. 6 weeks after the story broke, Mr. Grush testified under penalty of perjury in an open congressional hearing. While under oath, he spoke about an ultra-secret crash retrieval program and stated that some craft contained specimens or pilots, which he called non-human biologics. The potential existence of another living, intelligent, advanced species has more implications for humanity than the recovery of technological hardware. Now, the conversation needs to shift again, with more of a focus on biology and less on technology. Having served for decades on the staff of Congressional Intelligence and Defense Committees, Kirk McConnell, who is standing here today in the back, he was present in classified settings when highly credible sources briefed senators, including Marco Rubio, about recovered non-human bodies. Unlike legitimate national security concerns that require us to keep advanced technologies of non-human origin secret, that justification should not apply to biological evidence. Knowledge of the existence of another life form, studied and documented by qualified experts, should not be considered a threat to national security.
This news conference continuing live right now on Capitol Hill. We're going to step aside quickly here, take a break right now on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back after this.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I want to give you a live look right now in Volusia County, where in just a few minutes, Deanna Harrell is expected to appear for a pre-trial detention hearing. She is the suspect who is facing charges in connection with a deadly crash where a toll booth worker on a beach ramp was hit and killed. Deanna Harrell is now facing charges of vehicular homicide and DUI manslaughter. She was being held without bond, and this hearing will determine whether or not a bond is set, whether or not she has to stay behind bars while she waits for her trial. So we'll keep an eye on this. We will get you to that live here in just a few minutes when that gets underway. Right now, though, let me get you back to Capitol Hill, where this news conference is continuing. We've heard from several members of Congress, now hearing from a whistleblower in this news conference, is where they're calling for additional transparency, full transparency, when it comes to unidentified aerial phenomenon, or UFOs, UAPs, whatever you want to call them. That's what we're hearing about this afternoon here on Capitol Hill. So let's go ahead and listen in live.
Versus role with the judicial branch with oversight of this issue. Remember, classification exists to protect the nation. Executive Order 13526 discusses what can and cannot be classified. Embarrassment, hiding funds, criminal activity, and the basic information about scientific information in the universe is unlawful for it to be classified. And this is why whistleblower protections matter. Through my federal litigation ongoing with the Department of War, I learned that the Air Force worked with an external agency to seek an investigation of me for alleged unauthorized disclosures punishable under the Espionage Act after I testified in front of Congress in 2023, discussing the results of my congressionally directed investigation in the support of the first Trump administration. This should concern every member of Congress, regardless of party. To this day, I'm still fighting years of record withholding, administrative obstruction, and a prolonged effort to get a medical military retirement that I still am not in retired status. This is also a real fraud, waste, and abuse issue. President Vance's task force is sharply focused on the issue of misuse of funds. The same accountability problem applies here. And during my investigation, I found slush funds to the tune of billions of dollars per annum for these activities. We cannot have one standard for the American people and another standard for the deep state that hide behind the veil of secrecy. President Trump has the authority to create an enduring legacy of government transparency, accountability consistent with national security protections. Disclosure should not depend on leaks. It should not depend on the public taking my word for it or anyone else's. American people deserve more than vague denials and selective releases of prior administrations, to include through troubled organizations such as ARROW. I applaud the president's efforts and his promise to show true American leadership on this issue of massive worldwide interest, over 1 billion views on the File Drop website. So the time has come to stop asking the public to trust secret conclusions. Instead, provide an honest accounting of what it knows, what it's done, and what has been withheld. God bless America.
We have about 4 minutes before they call votes to open it up for a quick round of questions. So if you guys can just, let's start with Real America's Voice.
Great. I have a question for David Rush. Can you confirm for us how many species? Recent reports have said that there are perhaps 4 different alien species, rays, Nordics. How many species are you aware of?
I certainly don't have the compendium. It's a continuum from corporeal, bipedal type life to, what I would consider like sentient plasmoid life. But there are several that the U.S. government is aware of.
Question for you, Mr. Grush.
Okay.
During the course of your investigation, it's been surfaced to the public that there's been a program by the name of Immaculate Constellation. During the course of your investigation, did you recognize that the infrastructure to support such a program for exfiltration of data from federal systems would exist?
Yeah, I can't comment on the content of that program. I've discussed on my interview in Judicial Watch that was a National Security Council program, and the secrecy started in 1954 through an Eisenhower executive order that created that infrastructure.
Thank you very much.
Yep.
Mr. Grush, Kristen Fisher with the Endless Void. When you look at where we are right now in this moment for the disclosure movement, what's at stake here?
I think the sovereign contract between the citizenry and its government. I think the institutional rot that the lack of transparency in this issue is possibly going to cause an unattainable socioeconomic condition if the government is not transparent, akin to certain other. I don't want to say the Epstein files. That's a dirty word, but we could have that kind of scandal if we're not transparent on this issue.
And do you have any advice for people who are new to the UFO topic, the UAP topic, who just really don't know where to begin? There's just so much misinformation out there. What is your advice to them?
I would go watch James Fox's documentaries. I like the Disclosure's a great movie. That's a good primer. So, and there is a declassified 1971 Australian formally classified secret assessment that a couple years ago was put in the Australian National Archives. I encourage people to read page 7 through 16, and that was the nuclear branch chief of the Australian government discussing the U.S. cover-up and the involvement of the CIA back in the 70s. And that's actually a little-known document that is publicly available.
David, question with the whistleblower, Matthew Sullivan. Is there anything that you know, or is there anything that ties into what is happening here today and with his testimony that never happened because he died 2 weeks, I guess, before?
That's an ongoing federal.
It's an ongoing federal investigation.
Still, they're leading it up, but a lot of the stuff that started happening and picking up speed is just weird that it somewhat correlates to the disclosure efforts.
What was he coming in to testify for?
That would be a question for Rep. Burleson. Yeah, David.
Yeah, Mr. Sullivan was on the Legacy program. I served on active duty with him in the Air Force, but I don't want to discuss details of his knowledge until the federal investigation is complete. Okay. Yeah, Joe?
So, just for those that are maybe not so familiar, can you explain right now what the roadblocks are? What is preventing lawmakers, and if lawmakers don't take steps, from visiting locations that have been critical to reverse engineering or other things that the knowledge is there, but the ability to go and see them is not.
I'll take a stop at that. If Congress says we're going to go to Area 51, if Congress says we're going to go to Area 51, everybody says, go to Area 51, Burchett. All I'm going to get there is a good dadgum T-shirt, all right? The moving ban's already going to be there. The problem you have is that these things have been moved into private entities, so they don't have a FOIA. I could FOIA Ford Motor Company, get her, B, but doesn't mean they're going to do anything. That's why they moved it out of the federal governments, and that's part of the roadblocks. Other roadblocks we've seen.
That's a news conference continuing on to Capitol Hill, but I want to get you live inside this courtroom in Volusia County where Deanna Harrell, facing charges in connection with the death of a toll booth worker on a beach ramp, is in court for a pretrial detention hearing. Let's go ahead and listen in live right now as this hearing gets underway.
That they would be able to meet the standard of the statute.
Okay. Ms. McCarthy, anything else on that?
No, Your Honor.
All right, then I will hold the defendant in custody without bond. And is there an arraignment already set? The arraignment's set for next week on the 23rd, right? Okay. Anything else?
I think it's 2 weeks. Okay. There's nothing else from the state, Your Honor. Nothing from the defense.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, a very brief appearance in court there for Deanna Harrell. Sometimes in these pretrial detention hearings, we hear testimony, some evidence presented from responding deputies, law enforcement, first responders, whatever the case might be. Not the case today. You heard there she is going to continue to be held without bond. Arraignment scheduled for next week. So very brief appearance in court there. Now, I believe this news conference in Capitol Hill is winding down, but it looks like they are still taking some questions here, so we'll go ahead and listen back in.
Hi, Mr. Gross. Scott Mercer from Mysterious Planet. I have a question. Do you have a sense of how many cases the government might be aware of that involve non-human biologics?
Quite a few, several dozen. So that's an ongoing list. So can't give you an exact number because I didn't even have full access to that information.
General rough estimate?
Several dozen. Yes. Yeah.
Bottom line, we got to go vote. Bottom line, we wouldn't be here if it weren't for the bravery of these individuals who came forward, Mr. Grush, and all of the whistleblowers. We wouldn't be here if it weren't for the political courage of my colleagues who took this issue from being a fringe issue to being something that everyone is talking about and is no longer a fringe issue. And we wouldn't be here if it weren't for this president who has taken a decades-long request and finally brought us into the age of disclosure. And so, and I want to say thank you to the press as well, to James and to Leslie, and to everyone who has helped cover this topic. We're here to fight for the American people, fight for the truth, and again, our last call to action is we want to challenge every foreign country. Do what the United States is doing. See what we're doing here, and we want to see your country follow suit. And we want to see if any individuals have any information, do not be afraid to come to a member of Congress. We will protect you, and we will make sure that the truth is out there. Thank you.
Anything you can give us, Congressman, on
That news conference coming to an end there. Lawmakers, it sounded like, have to get inside the Capitol for some votes inside the House chamber. But they continue to call not just on others, but other governments as well to be transparent about what they know as well about UFOs and UAPs. We're going to take a quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Garrett Weimer, and thanks for joining us on this Tuesday afternoon. Florida First Lady Casey DeSantis was in Tampa earlier today, taking part in what they called a fireside chat. No fire inside the ballroom there at the Grand Hyatt Tampa Bay, but there was a discussion about a number of things at the Florida Prosperity and Economic Opportunity Solutions Summit. That's an event that's being hosted by the Florida Chamber Foundation. And part of this conversation, we hear from the First Lady talking about the Hope Florida, a number of initiatives that about giving back and having folks in Florida being able to seek help and get some assistance. So I want to play for you some of that conversation where we hear from Casey DeSantis and also DCF Secretary Taylor Hatch. Again, this was earlier today in Tampa.
For years. So in preparing for this, I wanted to ask a few questions of both our First Lady and of Secretary Hatch, just kind of give you a sense of what they're working on and where their hearts are. And I will tell you a big theme that I know we're all focused on is how do we even ramp this work up even more? And so that all of you, as I said earlier, could leave here today and take this back to your company, take it back to your community, whether it's investing in the work that needs to be done, or whether it's working with your local schools or working with other nonprofits to force multiply the incredible work that First Lady DeSantis has started. So I'm going to dive right into this because they came here to hear you, not me. So first question for you. to the First Lady is, as I mentioned, your passion and conviction is so evident in the way that you discuss and share from your heart about how you assist so many people that are struggling to find assistance. So, but obviously real, I hear you talk all the time, real meaningful connections is what this is all about. It's not just about providing food or a mattress or support for someone. One thing you've taught me is it's actually about the connection. And that's something I'd love to hear more about. So why do you believe that those things are so important? And what does that teach all of us here about the role of government and the role of communities?
Yeah, well, first of all, the question is the why. Why do you do it? Why do I do what I'm doing? A big reason about why I do what I do is a little 9-year-old who's sitting over there, Madison DeSantis, who came with me today, who has learned a lot about it and a lot about what we're trying to do within the state. But it's the right thing to do. Nothing hurts my soul more than seeing someone suffering and knowing that there's a community willing and able to help. They just need to know where to look. I've always said you can have the greatest resources in the world, but if you don't know that they exist, what good are they, right? And when you're a struggling single mom or a single dad, or you're someone who's going through tough times, it's really hard to figure out where to look to be able to get help. And you can feel alone and isolated and demoralized, and that's really where hope comes in. And one of the things that we've tried to do, long story short, is to provide that pathway for people to be able to reach out. Or what we've done is proactively reach out to people who are on economic assistance to be able to see that not only is a community there are resources, yes, within government, but it's beyond that. There are resources within the private sector. There are resources, obviously, with the faith-based community. How do you harness all of that power, make it easily digestible for someone who's really going through some tough times, to help show them how to get past a fiscal cliff, or how to get on a pathway to prosperity, how to get to, maybe it's economic self-sufficiency, maybe it's finding community, maybe it's finding happiness. There's a lot there, but it's how do you make it so that somebody who is really on some tough times understands it and honestly has somebody who fights for them. And then, as you've talked about, how do we continue to do the good work going forward of what we've done? And we've done a lot, right, with our navigators within government who are on the receiving end of communicating to people who come into government who are looking for some sort of economic assistance. But what this partnership of what you have spearheaded through the prosperity in partnership with Care Portal, and I can get into the weeds of any of it, you probably have already talked a lot about that, I believe is going to be one of the most successful things that has ever happened to help people who are struggling to get on their feet, to never have to go to government for assistance, because the community is where the solution is. This is a way to get in front of the problem, provide resources, hope, prosperity, a path, all of these things, and then show them, what was always there until government started getting in the way. And so I really commend you for what you've done with that initiative.
Well, First Lady, thank you so very much for that. And it's you that have done the most. And I think I have to tell the quick story, because I talked earlier about we have 711,000 kids in poverty, but it hasn't always been that way. There are almost 200,000 fewer kids in poverty today than when you started this initiative, and you're a big reason why that is the way that it is. You mentioned navigators, and I'm going to ask the question of Secretary Hatch next about trampolines in just a minute. But when I get a chance to come back to you, I hope you will share when you first came into your position and you saw that we were trying to get government assistance to people, and you looked at that and you said, well, why aren't we also trying to help those people get off government assistance? That's the kind of passion, that's the kind of heart that I'm talking about, and I really want to hear you talk more about that today. I think people here will be blown away to know the difference that you've made. And Florida leads the nation in this kind of thinking, in this kind of heart, and it's because of you, so thank you very much for that. Secretary Hatch, we've talked recently about this, but at DCF, obviously you meet families at a moment of crisis or at a moment of need, but you often talk about how public assistance should be a trampoline, not a safety net. So can you tell us, what does that actually mean in practice, and how does helping someone move forward towards meaningful employment change the trajectory, not only for the individual, but for the family and maybe even for the neighborhood?
Thank you for that. You know, Mark, you hit on something that I think is so important. The Governor and the First Lady's leadership, to me, is everything that they do is family focused. And for us at the department, how important and impactful that is. The Governor and the First Lady really looking in how to support Florida families as if they were their own. And man, what an incredible opportunity that we have at the department under their leadership to propel and really ask ourselves and set the expectation of what should the appropriate role of government be. And that is exactly what we're talking about today. You know, at the department, you're spot on. You know, oftentimes when we serve people, it's sometimes on the very worst days of their lives, or certainly during a very tough season. We work very hard to protect and preserve childhoods, and that occurs through a multitude of ways, whether it's through child and family well-being, whether it's supporting someone through domestic violence, human trafficking, supporting individuals on their pathway to recovery, perhaps from substance abuse, mental health resiliency, and economic self-sufficiency. But woven through all of that, you know, inherently, you know, over decades of time, you have individuals that are reaching out to government again, especially at a department like ours, sometimes on the very worst days of their life. And so what you do with that moment makes all the difference in the world, right? And that is the leadership that I'm talking about, that the expectation has been set from the Governor and from the First Lady to make that moment count, right? You never know when that one moment is going to make all the difference in the world, certainly for that person, but also for generations that we may never meet. And so that's what we're talking about today. You know, previously, thinking about the public benefit side of the department, when someone is coming in, maybe it's a parent that's just experienced job loss perhaps, and they need to put food on the table. So they're reaching out to the department and they're applying for SNAP or food stamps. Maybe it's cash assistance or Medicaid. And instead of looking at their information and deciding, are you eligible or are you not eligible, how can we make that moment count? Certainly meeting that immediate need, because if you don't have food in your belly, you can't think about tomorrow, you can't think about that job, right? But not stopping there. Asking you, where do you see yourself in 5 years? Where are the barriers that stand in the way of accomplishing your goals? And then not more government. It's activating partners just like everybody in this room. Like the churches, the incredible business owners, the private sector, not-for-profit, to wrap around that individual, that family, and walk alongside them to help remove those barriers and help accomplish those goals. And that is precisely where this trampoline, can you tell I'm a little visual of a person, right? This trampoline versus safety net comes in. A safety net is certainly there to catch you, which is great. But I don't know about you, but if you think about yourself falling into a net, it's going to take me a minute to get out of there, right? Versus a trampoline that's also there to catch you, but it also is there to propel you and to create momentum for forward motion, right? And that is what we want to do for wanting to maximize those moments and make them count. And as a result of this work and really reimagining government in the way that it responds, challenging government to do better for the people that it is intended to serve by reaching out, again, to partners all around the state. Over 7,000 partners. Look at the private sector and not-for-profits and churches. We have experienced incredible gains that outpace national trends. For example, a 47% reduction in the number of children that are entering out-of-home care. And it's not by happenstance, right? It's because of partnership, not waiting for crisis to occur, reaching out to that family. How can we help? Maybe it is a tangible need, Mark, to your point. Maybe it is delivery of food or a basic need. Beds, that's one of our top requests. Beds, sheets, mattress. It's certainly that tangible connection, but what happens is so much more. It's a beautiful relationship that is made, because once you see something, you can't unsee it, right? And it's not government, but it's the community that's always been there, but now they know about the need. And they're wrapping around that family and walking alongside of them. We see this show up in other spaces too. Through Hope Florida, we just mentioned, we've been able to serve 35,000 individuals to increase their economic prosperity, to advance and be self-sufficient. It's the right thing to do. It's how you serve people well, but also from a bottom line, from a business perspective, we have been able to save $145 million annually in taxpayer savings. And so for us, either way, if you're looking at it from a business mindset and challenging government to be as efficient as it absolutely should be at every turn, but also to serve the people that it was created for, this has been such a game changer, both internally for our departments and for the people that we serve.
Mark, can I add some of that? Because one of the things, and she's so eloquently paints the picture of everything that we're trying to do, and it's like, well, why is government involved in any of this to begin with? Like, how did we get to the point where government is the one that is on the receiving end of people who are vulnerable? If you go back in history, it was the communities, it was the church, it were people rallying around each other to try to be able to pick up your fellow citizen, to be able to help them on their pathway through their troubles. Well, along the way, I think there's a lot of indicators, a lot of points you can look at, like the 1960s, the Great Society, the Kennedy assassination. Johnson comes in, he wants to abolish poverty, and we've all said, if we could snap our fingers and abolish poverty, we would love to do that. But what happened is government then became the receiving point for people who were in need. You need economic assistance and SNAP benefits, you go through government. You need TANF grants, you go through government. So when we were analyzing this in the very beginning, because we had conversations with a lot of really smart people who were behind this, we thought, well, do we really want to create another bureaucracy within government? But we said to ourselves, we have the most vulnerable people in society who are coming to government. So what do you do with this group of people who are here, who prior to the governor being in office, you would call, if they were entitled to benefits, of course they would get those, and that would be where the story ends. But you had a lot of people who were processing those payments who wanted to do more but never felt empowered. Now they have an opportunity as these navigators to, yes, look to resources within government, but then to be able to bring in the private sector, and particularly the faith-based community, to make a connection. Because good people are out there in the communities and they want to help, they just don't know where to look. And like in the same fold, you have people who want help, like I was with Madison and we went and we delivered school supplies to a single mom. And she basically indicated, well, I'd feel weird if I just walked in the front door of a church asking for school supplies. It would just, I wouldn't feel comfortable doing that. But now what we're doing is facilitating those needs. And to Taylor's point is, it's not just about the school supplies. It's not just about bringing a casserole or flowers. When we showed up, we brought flowers, and she's like, I hadn't really received flowers. You know, it really meant a lot for her to get that. It is about creating a connection between good people on the ground in the communities who want to do good but did not know where to look, and they will not have unseen what they saw. So when they see a family in need of help, a single mom, a dad, a veteran, a senior citizen, and they are going to do everything in their power, I believe this, to be able to help somebody get on their pathway to what they determine prosperity, economic self-sufficiency, happiness, community, fulfillment, what have you. And so that is really why government. And then the why of this partnership between the Chamber and Care Portal is so, I think, so important, because you notice government isn't involved in that equation. That is private sector and faith-based, getting in front of problems so people don't go to government to begin with. The amount of people that we're getting to input into the Care Portal system, and I know we've talked about it, but that literally is the connective tissue between people who are in need of help and connecting with the private sector and the faith-based community. They input that into the system. The more good people we have doing that, like we just opened up Care Portal to the fatherhood recipient, the grant recipients. So Tony Dungy and some of these guys who are doing really great work, they now have the ability to be able to input into Care Portal. They have the ability to be able to input mentorship. I know you've talked about how do you change the trajectory of a child who's struggling? Provide mentorship, give them hope, give them value, give them worth. We can now do that by putting into the system. The private sector and the faith-based community see this tangible need, and then they can deliver upon it. And I'm going to say one more thing. I'm going to stop. I know, Mark, you're going to kill me. I'm so excited about this one thing. Like, so excited. But this is just the starting point. We have one of the largest retiree communities in the entire country, right? People come to the free state of Florida to retire, love it, the beaches, the economy, hopefully the abolition of property taxes, right? Like, we really have a great system here. A lot of money spent in cleaning the water a universal school choice. Like, it's a really great place to be. Florida is just, magnificent. One of the things that's near and dear to my heart was really brought on by a good friend of mine who was running late to a meeting once, and I said, well, where were you? No worries, but what were you up to? And he said, I brought flowers to a nursing home down the street because I didn't want anyone there to think that they had been forgotten. And he just does this out of a matter of course. He wants it. So guess what we're going to do? And this is just the tip of it. We are going to input into Care Portal from as many of the nursing homes, as many of the long-term care facilities that want to participate, to be able to input something as simple as flowers. Imagine if you as a business owner, you as a community, you as a faith-based organization saw a need for flowers or casserole or whatever it is coming. Do you think you would be? Yes. And do you know what that does to somebody who's sitting in a nursing home who thinks nobody cares about them or that they're alone? To have somebody show up and knock on the door and say, hey, we were just thinking about that. We can do that at scale in a state of 22 million people. And imagine what that does for somebody's well-being. That's prosperity. That's hope. It's just in a different definition. And that is just one microcosm of what the faith-based community can do with the private sector that I think will not only change the state, but will change the entire country. And so it's very exciting.
Wow, I don't thank both of you for going through all of that. You did exactly what I asked you to do, so thank you so much. I actually, First Lady, I want to come back to you a little bit and even a little bit more about Care Portal, right? I said a few minutes ago, when you heard Secretary Hatch talk about the savings to taxpayers of what you've been doing, over $140 million of savings to the taxpayer annually, okay? Thank you for that, annually. And over 40,000 or 40% fewer kids in foster out-of-home care. This is what you would want in America. And I would say there's no other state that comes close to it, and it's because of what you two have done together. And it's just an honor to stand up here.
That event earlier today in Tampa, an event where we heard from, as you see there, First Lady Casey DeSantis and Department of Children and Families Secretary Taylor Hatch speaking at that event that was hosted by the Florida Chamber Foundation. And again, that was earlier today in Tampa. Well, we have a lot more to come in the next little bit here on Fox Local. We are going to step aside, take a quick break right now, but we'll be back at the top of the hour. We'll welcome in our TV audience for Florida Live. We're going to check in with Matt Trezza, who's going to give us the latest on the missing boater.
This is Florida Live.
Well, good afternoon to you. Welcome into Florida Live. I'm Garrett Weimer, and thanks for joining us on this Tuesday afternoon, live on Fox Local and on Fox 35 TV. A number of things we have that we are going to cover over this next hour, but we want to jump right in with an update on the breaking news we've been following today out of New Smyrna Beach, where 2 missing boaters have been found safe. It's been an active scene throughout the day where officials have been searching for those missing boaters. And joining us live now from the scene there, we've got Fox 35's Matt Trezza, who is joining us via Zoom right now. And Matt, what can you tell us about that situation, what you are learning now that we know those boaters have been found safe?
Well, you said fortunately they have been found safe. You said it was an active scene. It's not really much activity going on. This is the boat ramp, the swoop boat ramp in New Smyrna Beach, where they left from. Now, we were told that there was a trailer that was left here by the boaters before they left. But the thing is, there are about a dozen trailers in this parking lot, so we're not quite sure which is the one that belongs to them. However, the good information, I should say the positive information here, is that Coast Guard says they have located the boaters. There may have been an issue with power on the boat or something like that. In any case, they sent us back via New Smyrna Beach Police a photograph of their boat right next to a Coast Guard vessel, and we are told they are being towed in. There is the photo right there. They just sent me that about 10 minutes ago. And the latest information is that, again, they have been found safe about 20 miles off the coast of Ormond Beach. Don't know under what circumstances. We don't know what condition they're in. You can see at least one man standing on the back of the boat, so that it looks like there's no damage or injuries or anything like that. So that is definitely good news. There were many different agencies involved with this. We have New Smyrna Beach Police, got the U.S. Coast Guard, we have the Florida Wildlife Commission, and we have the Volusia County Sheriff's Office, all involved with this search and rescue mission. And we're not sure exactly where they're going to be taking the boat to. One would assume that it would eventually end up back here at the swoop ramp where I am, but they might also be taking them to another location that is staffed by the U.S. Coast Guard. I've reached out to all of the different agencies involved for the latest information on that. We haven't heard back yet on those details. But of course, when we get any more information, I will let you know. Garrett?
And Matt, do we know what happened to make them kind of, vanish in the first place?
No, we don't. Unfortunately, again, that's another question I've asked. I don't have an answer to that yet. But it looks from the indications I have, from what I've gotten from law enforcement and from the investigators, is that it is being towed. So it looks like they may have some kind of engine problem or something like that. But again, those are details that I'm waiting on.
Yeah, well, Fox 35's Matt Trezza, we appreciate you joining us live, giving us the latest there this afternoon here on Florida Live.
Thank you.
So a good update there. Still, obviously, more questions to be answered. We'll continue to monitor that story throughout the afternoon and also later today on Fox 35 News at 5. Right now, I do want to let you know a few of the things that we are continuing to track at this hour. We're standing by for a discussion that the Atlantic Council is getting ready to host, where they are going to be discussing U.S. priorities when it comes to hosting the FIFA World Cup. We know we are just a couple of days away now from the start of the World Cup. North America hosting this year. There's locations all across the continent and the country here. Miami going to be hosting 7 matches. We've listened into a number of news conferences as officials have talked about security preparations when it comes to travel visas, all kinds of different things. And what we're expecting to hear in just a little bit is Andrew Giuliani, who's the executive director of the White House Task Force on the FIFA World Cup 2026. Going to be outlining some of the priorities when it comes to the United States and hosting this World Cup. So we'll be interested in that discussion. Again, that's supposed to start in just a couple of minutes. A couple of other things happening a little bit later. We are going to, in our 3 o'clock hour, going to be speaking with Congressman Randy Fine, who's going to be joining us to talk with us the latest about the ongoing court battle over red snapper season and the dispute over Florida's management of that. So we just wanted to let you know that you'll be able to watch that on our digital platforms. Just a little bit ago, we heard from the Artemis III crew, NASA unveiling the astronauts who are going to be participating in that. You're going to hear from them coming up in just a little bit. And we also heard a very interesting news conference on Capitol Hill just a little bit ago. We listened in as we heard from a number of lawmakers from both parties who spoke about UFOs and UAPs. It's been something that's been a big topic of conversation lately. There's been a push to declassify information, and there have been some files released recently that hadn't been seen before. Some were released that had been seen before, and so there's been a push for full transparency, and that's a push that's been led by Congresswoman Anna Paulina Luna, a Republican from Florida. She has led this charge as chairman of the task force for the declassification of federal secrets. She was at a news conference today alongside Jared Moskowitz, a Democrat from South Florida, who spoke about what they want to see when it comes to further legislation, further acts of the government to release more things that are currently being held as secrets when it comes to UFOs and UAPs. This was a little bit of what they had to say just a little bit ago on Capitol Hill.
Task force on declassification of federal secrets. Many of our colleagues did not believe in this up until really the video started coming out, and had it not been for the efforts of Representative Burleson, Burchett, Moskowitz, and the countless of other members who have backed us in this fight, you probably wouldn't see some of these files and videos that are coming out today. But it doesn't just stop here. For some time, we've been pushing for there to be legislation, whether it be whistleblower protections or the UAP Disclosure Act, and it's been time and time again stonewalled by various intelligence agencies and staff within the House of Representatives, which is why we are grateful to the administration and their effort, as well as Stephen Miller's office, in pursuing the truth, something that we all should deserve transparency on. And so our next call to action will be that we are meeting with the White House. We are requesting that whistleblowers receive temporary immunity or permanent immunity, and if they are able to divulge whether it is locations of craft and or advanced technologies. As you know, this is something that we are all wanting to know the truth on, and again, without your cooperation, we wouldn't have been where we are at today, and so thank you.
Anyways, it's a pleasure to be here. It's a pleasure to be here with my colleagues, and let me thank the men and women behind them, not just for their courage, but for their service to the country. And that's what's changed. I mean, look, this conversation started years ago with people like the late Harry Reid, and then Marco Rubio and Chuck Schumer, and now my colleagues and many others in the House. But one of the things that changed is the quality and the caliber of people who are coming forward who have served our military, decorated people with the experience, airline pilots, and the technology in our hands, and the technology that our military has. That's what's changed. And what's also changed is we started asking questions, very simple questions. And this is what got me interested in the topic. We would ask questions, and they would then push back. And we would ask more questions, and the pushback became more significant. We would try to put language in an amendment, in a bill, and they would oppose it. They would secretly go to the chairman of committees to strip that language out. And that became clear to us that they were hiding something. And so listen, I don't know what the full truth is, but I know we're being lied to. And the American people know that also. And so look, the time for disclosure is now. Disclosure today, disclosure tomorrow. The American people have a right to know. We know about these advanced technology programs. We know they come out of Area 51. They did when we went to kill Osama bin Laden with an advanced technology helicopter that Congress never funded. There's trillions of dollars missing at the Pentagon. Where does that money go? And so it's time for the government to come forward. And what we need is we need your help, all of you here. I get asked this question by people in my community more than anything else. What does the government know, and why aren't they telling us? The American people can handle it. They can handle it. I trust them. And it's time that we tell them the truth. Thank you.
That news conference just a little bit ago on Capitol Hill. Give you a live look at the White House right now, where this afternoon as well, we heard from President Trump, who posted on Truth Social saying, talking about the Iranians claiming responsibility for an attack on a U.S. military helicopter shot down near the Strait of Hormuz yesterday. And the president saying that the U.S. must respond to that attack. So we're continuing to monitor developments in Iran. We're going to take a quick break right now here on Florida Live, but we'll be right back. Welcome back into Florida Live. Garrett Weimer here, and thanks for joining us on this Tuesday afternoon. It's time now for our Tampa Connection, where we take a look at some of the big stories in the Bay Area this afternoon. For that, we go to Fox 13 senior content producer Nancy Gay, joining us live from their newsroom in Tampa. Good afternoon, Nancy.
Good afternoon, Garrett. Well, today, Tampa Police Chief Lee Bearclaw announced that he will be retiring after spending about 3 decades with the Tampa Police Department. He was the police chief for 3.5 years. Over the course of those 30 years, he did submit his official retirement notice today, and his final day leading the agency will be August 6th. But he is not leaving public service entirely. Bearclaw will transition to academia this August, becoming an associate professor of instruction at the University of South Florida. He will teach and coordinate the Master of Arts in Criminal Justice Administration program. And during his time as chief, Bearclaw oversaw a department that added more than 40 sworn positions and cut crime across all major categories, doubling the national average for homicide reductions. Now, the department is also on track to reach full staffing levels early this fall. In his retirement letter, Bearclaw called leaving the organization the hardest decision of his career, saying that the department has been his life's work. He also expressed gratitude to Mayor Jane Castor and the Tampa City Council for funding for new technology like virtual reality training. Now, the city has not yet announced who will succeed Bearclaw permanently or how the leadership transition will be managed in 2027. So during during this press conference this morning, Tampa Mayor Jane Castor, she did appoint Assistant Police Chief Brett Owen as the interim police chief. Now, Castor said she is not going to name a permanent police chief because her term as mayor is ending, and Tampa will have a new mayor come 2027, and it will be up to the next mayor to appoint the new police chief for Tampa. Garrett?
Well, major transition that's going to be happening there in leadership at the Tampa Police Department after a number of years. So that's certainly a notable announcement there today. Now, next in our Tampa Connection, Nancy, high praise for the manager of a Dollar Tree store. What can you tell us?
Yeah, so Teresa Harmon, she works at a Dollar Tree store over in Clearwater, and she said that, she was working and she noticed a man buying a $500 gift card, and then immediately this man tried to buy a second gift card. And after that transaction failed, she said that the man walked out and then he came right back inside the store, and she noticed that he had someone on speakerphone directing him what to do. And when she questioned him, the customer admitted that he was talking to someone who claimed to be from Publishers Clearinghouse. That caller promised him a brand new truck if he paid them in gift cards. Harmon refused to sell him the second card, convinced him to hang up the phone, and helped him call police. Garrett, she even refunded his original $500. Now, her quick thinking earned her the Clearwater Police Department's Samaritan Award. Detectives say they deal with these types of fraud cases constantly, especially those targeting seniors. Scammers often keep victims on the phone while they are standing in checkout lines. Clearwater police say you should never answer calls from unrecognized numbers, and you should always check with family or law enforcement before making any type of financial decision. Garrett?
I tell you what, that's going above and beyond right there, because she, really helped prevent what could have been a really bad situation for that guy.
Yeah, she definitely went above and beyond. It's a good thing that she just happened to be in that area, and she was like, oh, this is kind of weird. This guy, he just bought a gift card. He's trying to buy a second one, and both those gift cards were worth $500, and which I'm sure kind of raised a little bit of suspicion. And then seeing him walk outside and come right back in, and having that person, this alleged scammer, on speakerphone directing him what to do, it's definitely a good thing that she saw this. She was like, this is really suspicious, and she was able to help him. She convinced him to hang up the phone, and then she also helped him call the police, and she even helped refund his original $500 for the original gift card that he did buy. So this Dollar Tree employee definitely went above and beyond.
That's great. Paying attention, being aware of what's going on. I mean, a lot of things went right to see that. Now, finally, Nancy, in our Tampa Connection today, a World War II veteran finally back home and laid to rest.
Yes, there was an honor guard of motorcycles that lined up outside the Sarasota National Cemetery yesterday to help bring U.S. Army Air Force Tech Sergeant Charles Palmer Jr. home and lay him to rest. Palmer served as a top turret gunner aboard a B-24 Liberator with a 9-man crew. In 1944, he was killed in action during a raid in Germany, which resulted in the largest single group loss for the United States Army Air Forces during the war. A total of 25 Liberator aircraft were lost during that specific mission. Decades later, DNA testing helped identify Palmer's remains at the crash site, bringing his family long-awaited answers. His 98-year-old cousin, Bonnie Rolquin, met Palmer when she was only 10 years old and says she never forgot his sacrifice. She says the discovery of his dog tag and the crash site has finally brought his family closure. Friends, family, and strangers gathered at the cemetery to offer a final proper farewell as a gun salute and the traditional playing of taps echoed throughout the grounds. And during the service, family members received artifacts recovered from the site, including the gunner bullets from Palmer's plane. Following the location of his remains, the military posthumously awarded Palmer the Purple Heart, the Air Medal, and the U.S. Army Air Force's Aerial Gunner Badge Wings. As the funeral ended, a flyover soared overhead from the 700th Bombardment Squadron out of Dobbins Air Force Base, which is the exact same squadron that Palmer belonged to. Garrett?
Heartwarming to see that. Always touching to see those honors that are paid to those who did so much in service and in sacrifice for our country and for the freedoms that we hold today.
Yes, definitely. It was so nice to see such a good turnout for this funeral yesterday. I mean, his family and his friends were there, but also a large portion of the community turned out to pay their respects yesterday as well.
Yeah, that is certainly great to see. Fox 13 senior content producer Nancy Gay, we appreciate you joining us with our Tampa Connection today.
Thank you.
It is time now for our Florida Live forecast. I've got Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Noah Berggren, who is joining me live now. And Noah, we have, from the time we woke up this morning, it was just like a shock, right back to the humidity, the kind of normal summer feel that we're used to here.
And there's no more cold fronts coming, too.
Yeah. Darn.
We've reached that point where making the 7 days pretty straightforward. It's 90s and rain on a near daily basis going forward. But today we do have a good deal of clouds out there right now. In fact, it's actually kind of cloudy in some areas. The view from Port Canaveral is a little bit cloudy. There's the view from Titusville, not I Drive. There's the view from that's the port camera out there. You see some clouds off in the distance. There's a view from Mount Dora. Pretty day for a lake day, but a little bit of a breeze out there right now. Temperatures are not quite as hot as they were yesterday. We're sitting at about 87 in Ocala and Orlando, 83 in Melbourne. I was doing a little jog before work, and I can attest it is a lot more humid outside. The 3 miles I did today was a lot slower than yesterday because of the humidity, I'll tell you that. There's the humidity chart right now. Notice the dew points on the beaches. Let me zoom this in so you can see. Look at the humidity over here on the beaches. These are tropical dew points. 77 New Smyrna, 75 in Cocoa Beach. That's tropical air. Anytime the dew point is over 75, it's feeling like the dog days of summer. But notice once you get inland, the humidity is not quite as high. That will change by later this week, because right now the winds are blowing this way. By Thursday and Friday, we'll get more of a south to southwest wind, and that'll make the tropical air more uniform. So as humid as it may feel right now around Orlando and Sanford, it's tremendously more humid over towards the beaches. As you can see, there is a really gross dew point of 77. In New Smyrna. In fact, that's about what it would be when a hurricane's coming. You really don't get a lot more humid than that. Very seldom does the dew point get to 80, even here in Florida. All right, temperatures right now, 82 New Smyrna, 85 in Leesburg, 87 in Ocala, it's 84 Palm Coast, 83 in Melbourne. A little bit of a breeze still from the east-northeast, and that'll continue through today, tonight, and tomorrow. I don't think the breeze really comes around to the east until probably, let's say, Thursday. But factor in that humidity, and there is a heat index. Feels like 93 in Daytona, 94 in the Villages, 91 in Orlando, 90 in Melbourne, 93 in Titusville, 89 in Palm Coast, about 83 in New Smyrna. So it's definitely feeling steamy out there, and that humidity, again, is here to stay. So we're not really tracking much change in the humidity. So let me take you outside to the radar right now, and we'll bring you here, zoom you in. So a couple of things. Today, we had the rain chances, I believe, at about 30%. And one of the greatest things in meteorology that we always love discussing is probability of precipitation. What does that mean? Well, let's see. One of the age-old discussions in forecasting, that means that the coverage and chance of rain over a given area. So in our region, being like this, the chance of there being rain and you seeing it in that area is 30%. And notice that seems to be pretty on par. I mean, we've got one little shower here going through Oviedo, one little one here by Titusville. All this stuff up here is going to stay to the north of our area. It's up around Jacksonville. One thing we'll watch for later this afternoon on the beaches is this area of showers offshore. Does this survive and make it to the beaches for the evening commute? We'll keep an eye on it. But let me zoom in and show you we've got this one little shower in Seminole County. Heads up coming into the Sanford area. A little teeny shower. Coming on in. I don't think it's really all that much, but we'll put a little tracker on this one for you here. It's moving pretty slowly at about 15 miles an hour, probably something like that. So the way that is moving, it would be in the, let's see, probably about 10 minutes into Sanford. You see there Rosalind Heights. These are some more subdivisions and stuff in and around Sanford. So heads up for a little bit of a shower coming on by. You see there's Sanford about 2:36, the center of Sanford. Around the Seminole Town Center, about 2:52, and then maybe the eastern side of Lake Mary coming up closer to 3 o'clock. So heads up for a little teeny shower coming on in. Doesn't really look like much, and in fact there's no lightning. You see that the lightning counter here is at 0. So that's the one shower we're looking at there in Seminole. Bring you back to this other shower we're tracking further to the east. This is going to be what it's like through the rest of the day. 1 or 2 random showers. You see there's one here by Mims and Titusville, just moving pretty slowly. Right over LaGrange and JJ. Right over Carpenter Road, Dairy Road, a little bit of a downpour. You see here by Eola Avenue, Lancaster Lane. In fact, we'll look at some of the rain here in the past couple of minutes. I'll stop this. I know it says 3 hours, but this is the last 30 minutes or so. This shower wasn't going on more than that. About 3/4 of an inch of rain almost right along I-95. So a decent little teeny shower there right now. All right, so let's zoom you out and bring you to the Florida view here. So notice there's really not a lot of showers today. There's more offshore, there's more up in North Florida, but cloud cover is pretty apparent. In fact, there's the satellite today, and you can see we've got a healthy coverage of clouds overhead, but no big thunderstorms. Here's the colorized satellite. Generally in summer here, when you get big storms, you'll see a lot of reds from the cloud tops here, and we're really not looking at a lot of that. In fact, that's pretty not significant. Now, I do want to zoom things out and give you a view here down south, because we are tracking not 1 but 2 areas of tropical activity. One right here, this is Tropical Storm Boris, and one right here, this is Tropical Storm Christina, both in the eastern Pacific. Now, one thing we will watch is this one here. It may track like this, cut across Mexico, then reform into something here, and then continue like that heading into the weekend. So right here, we'll keep an eye on this. It may do a little bit of this crossover, then go into Mexico and South Texas heading into the weekend, and be far away from Florida, but it potentially could be the first official thing that tries to form over here in the southwestern Gulf heading into the weekend. So that's something we'll keep an eye on. All right, so rain chances over the next couple of days are going to really ramp up, especially by the end of the week, and that's because the humidity rises. Notice those rain chances go all the way up to 60%. Every time we get to Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Speaking of the rain chances, here's the Fox model for Thursday, the day that the humidity goes up everywhere and we really start to get some showers and storms back. And notice Thursday afternoon and evening, a decent coverage of showers. Does everybody see them? No. But there'll be some downpours around for the evening commute on Thursday, definitely the way it looks right now. All right, so your forecast for tonight reads like this: partly cloudy, a random shower through the early evening. Temperatures probably falling something like into the mid 70s. But look at Cocoa Beach in Melbourne. They only fall to almost 80. 80. That's the overnight low. That's pretty warm for the time of year over in those areas. And temperatures tomorrow pretty similar to today, maybe a hair hotter than today for Wednesday. Low to mid 90s inland and upper 80s or so at the beaches. So Garrett, the humidity, as you mentioned, is back. It gets higher later this week. Rain chances are pretty low through today, tomorrow. Rain chances come back up Thursday for everybody.
All right, such is summer.
Yes, and quiet in the tropics. So
yeah,
there's no wood here, but
right.
There you go. Yeah.
All right, Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Noah Bergeron, thanks for joining us. Got to take a quick break here, and we'll be right back. Welcome back into Florida Live. Garrett Weimer here, and thanks for joining us on this Tuesday afternoon, live on Fox Local and on Fox 35. Well, let's talk some politics here. We're going to talk a little bit more about a high-profile congressional bid here in a minute, but there's been a lot happening in the governor's race over the past few days. And so joining us live now to talk about all of this is Kimberly Leonard, who is a Politico reporter and the author of the Florida Playbook newsletter that you can get delivered in your inbox every morning as well. Kimberly, always good talking with you. Thanks for joining us today.
Yeah, anytime.
So, Kimberly, we were reading in Florida Playbook about how we've kind of entered a new phase in the governor's race now. Talk to us about what you mean by that and kind of how we are seeing that unfold so far this week.
Yeah. Now, barring any surprises, because, there's always the chance in politics, right, that someone else could get into this governor's race. But as of now, it looks as though David Jolly is going to be the Democratic nominee for governor. Jerry Demings, who is Orange County mayor, announced last week, as y'all reported, that he would be dropping out of the race to focus on his health. And so right now, Jolly's in a position where he's starting to make some major decisions. I think we're going to have a running mate announced very soon. He announced Sean Pittman, who's a major power broker in Democratic politics, as his transition chair, which of course, would only happen if he was elected. But he clearly has realized he's at a point now where, okay, it's time to just unify the party. And usually that comes after a primary, but he gets a little bit of a benefit that the primary election isn't for another 10 weeks or so. And so we're starting to see him make moves to really sort of act as the presumptive nominee and what that looks like for him. And it's going to be a challenge because he's a former Republican. He only registered as a Democrat last April. And so he has some convincing to do, right, to bring the base out. But I think he really recognizes that, and he's just starting to, I think we're just going to see a lot more announcements in the coming couple weeks.
There has been a name that we've been hearing linked to David Jolly's campaign as a running mate, and that's Gwen Graham. What do you think that announcement would mean? What would she add to a ticket on the Democratic side?
Yeah, so much. So here's what happened. Apparently, Gwen Graham was in church and the minister announced, she's going to be the running mate. Now, the Jolly campaign is not commenting at this point. But look, one thing I can say, Gwen Graham and David Jolly are like best friends. They're so close. In fact, Gwen Graham, when she was running for governor, said that she would consider David Jolly as her running mate. And this was when he was still a Republican. So they go way back to their time in Congress. She has said that David Jolly reminds her of her father. One of the things that it really says is, I am a centrist Democrat, right? It's just this really like low volume kind of, non sort of combative way of politics that we have really seen. They are more focused on coalition building, the sort of old era of politics. Now, does that work? Is that what people are going to go for? That's what he's betting on. I mean, he told me this week that he wouldn't even be engaging in negative campaign ads. I think the one thing that might be a drawback to them, or questions that people are going to have, are, these are two white politicians at the top of the ticket. Florida is a state that has a lot of Hispanic voters who've really trended Republican in recent years. And if you think about it, too, if Byron Donalds ends up being the nominee, on the Republican side, he would be the first Black governor in Florida history. And so they are going to have to answer from a Democratic base of Black voters who's very concerned about voting rights, redistricting, and representation at all levels of government. And so that's going to be something that I think might be a challenge to them. It's probably something they'll face a lot of questions during town halls regarding their commitments to this. And I did speak to David Jolly this week, and he understands that is, something that he will have to talk about, but he didn't tell me who his running mate would be.
All right, well, we will stay tuned for more on that. And speaking of questions, are we going to see a debate on the Republican side with these multiple candidates for governor?
I love covering a debate. I'll tell you what. Listen, I started asking about it a couple weeks ago, and it became pretty clear to me that, there isn't much upside for the Donalds campaign to engage in a primary debate. There is a big gathering in Hollywood, Florida on June 27th called the Sunshine State Showdown. Now, I've been referring to it as the Sunshine State Letdown in my newsletter because when it was initially announced in January, they made it very clear that it was going to be a debate, but now it seems like that's not going to happen. So you have other big name Republicans in the race. They just haven't caught on to the same level. You have former House Speaker Paul Renner, you have Lieutenant Governor Jay Collins. They want to debate because the debate, right, can give you that sort of spark that to show that you have what it takes to go up against the front runner. But looking at Byron's campaign in terms of the massive amount of money he's raised, how well he's polling, there isn't much incentive for them to debate. And if you think about it, that's what President Trump did too for the primary. So maybe for the general election, but it's not looking good for a debate at the end of this month.
A lot of people are going to be disappointed by that. That's for sure. Now, meanwhile, Governor DeSantis has been staying busy, holding news conferences, traveling around the country, but there's still a lot of uncertainty about what's next for him, even at this point.
Yeah, this is something I think about every single day. It's something I ask sources about every single day. And look, it's not just because I'm curious. I get this question all the time. I mean, I get it from when I go to church on Sunday. People ask me, what is DeSantis going to do next? I don't think he knows. I think that he is evaluating, what his options are. We've seen the First Lady be a lot more, I would say, out front and center in the last week. She's been doing events around Hope, Florida. We have seen the governor do events about the national debt. He has, I'll be very interested to see exactly how loud he gets on the property tax amendment, which he didn't weigh in on until Sunday night. And the president praised him as someone that he really liked and was a good friend. So maybe there's a place for him in the cabinet. But, the whole thing is very delicate because Ron DeSantis will not endorse Byron Donalds. And if, Governor DeSantis were to leave early, then Jay Collins would become the next governor, and so that might put Byron Donalds in a difficult situation. So there's all this stuff that kind of goes on, behind the scenes that people are thinking through, even though, in front of the cameras or to a reporter, everyone might say, oh no, everything's great, we're all friends.
Well, and finally here, Kimberly, before I let you go, we've talked before about kind of the musical chairs of a lot of these congressional seats across Florida, some because of redistricting, some because of, members just deciding not to run again. We got a big announcement today from a high-profile state senator announcing his congressional run.
Yeah, State Senator Chevron Jones, who has really made a name for himself because he has been so out front on some of the biggest bills in Florida that got a lot of national attention, whether it's, the Stop Woke Act, the Don't Say Gay bill. These are all nicknames that the Democrats gave these bills. But he has been someone who, first of all, is very, very well liked by his colleagues, very prominent. Even Republicans tell me how much they like him. And he and Representative Wilson, who's not running for re-election, go all the way back. In fact, she was his elementary school principal. He was part of her mentorship program. They've been very close over the years, but he is entering a primary that will be very crowded. This is a pickup opportunity for a Black representative. And so it is going to be very competitive. It's going to, I'm interested to see, what some of the battle lines are, but he argues that, he has a history of going up in some of these very big fights, and so he thinks he's the best choice. And he'll be announcing formally, he already has filed the paperwork, but he'll be announcing formally tonight at his family church that he is running for Congress.
I love that detail about Congresswoman Wilson and the fact that she was the principal at his elementary school. I mean, that's just a really neat connection there.
And I'll tell you, I covered her farewell ceremony, and everyone had those kind of stories. I mean, she's someone who's so beloved in her district. Everybody knows her. People are sad that she's leaving, you know. But she's not retiring. She's actually going to bring her mentorship program national. But she says she was waiting until redistricting to make the announcement about her decision to not run for Congress again. So maybe she'll endorse, but for now, she's keeping her powder dry.
All right, Kimberly Leonard, Politico reporter, author of the Florida Playbook newsletter. Thanks so much for joining us today and every week here on Florida Live.
Thank you.
We're going to take a quick break, and we'll be right back. Welcome back into Florida Live. Garrett Weimer here, and thanks for joining us on this Tuesday afternoon. Exciting announcement today from NASA. If you were joined us earlier on Fox 35 News Plus, we live streamed the full announcement as the NASA administrator announced the crew members for the upcoming Artemis III mission. Several of them have some Florida ties. One of them is a Miami native. We got to hear from them as well at this event at Johnson Space Center. Want to play for you as we hear from those crew members having the chance to speak in the moments after they were announced as the upcoming members of the Artemis III crew.
Now, I'm honored to turn it over to Mission Specialist Andre Douglas.
Wow. What an amazing day it is today. My brain, it is going a mile a minute right now, but my heart, it is so warm. It is so full. And I can't thank everybody who's been along with my journey, but I got a few tonight I got to give a shout out to. So Mom, thank you so much for believing in me, This whole time, all these years, you prayed for me, you thought about me, and I always appreciate that. And Dad, that work ethic that you showed, that work ethic, I was trying to emulate you. You. Thank you so much. Oh, by the way, happy early Father's Day. And to Rachel, my lovely wife, thank you, babe. The support you've given is unwavering. It has been a lot. What a journey. I'm so glad you're on this journey with us. It's just amazing. You're amazing. Couldn't have done it without you. I love you so much. And to my boys, if you put in the hard work and you think big, you can do just about anything you want to do. Surround yourself with good people. You can do this. You can do whatever you want. You just got to try hard. All right? So I don't have enough time to go through everybody out there, but we really appreciate you guys supporting us. This mission is going to be fantastic. What an excellent crew. Very proud to serve with these gentlemen. Very fine crew. And go Artemis, go NASA.
Thanks, Trey. Well said. And wow is the right word. What an incredible blessing and an honor it is to be standing here representing all of you. And I'd just like to take a quick second to say thank you, first and foremost, to my wife and our 4 amazing kids. Thank you for your sense of adventure and your resiliency. You guys have made all of this possible. To our community of friends and family who've always been there when we most needed them. We've called upon them many times, and they've always stepped up, so thank you guys. You know who you are. And then last but absolutely not least is to the NASA team, NASA community, to our leadership, to our engineers, our flight controllers, our flight directors. You guys are the ones that make this happen, so thank you. And last but definitely not least is to our peers, CB, and all the support staff that we have. We look forward to representing you guys and to helping take the next step so that we can watch you guys continue to make history. So thank you, and go Artemis III.
I apologize in advance if I get emotional. I'm honored by the role that I've been given. I'm also very humbled by the task in front of us. But first and foremost, I'm grateful. There are many parts that need to come together for a space launch, and you need a launch pad. And for me, that launch pad is my country, Italy, its education system, the Italian Air Force that gave me the professional tools to bring me here today, the Italian Space Agency that gave me the first flight to put those skills to proof, and for that I'm very grateful. The European Space Agency is like a launch tower, connecting these two worlds, building bridges. Its very nature is to build relationships and building bridges, connections, and to elevate individuals to achieve their full potential. The rocket, figuratively and literally, is NASA. I'm grateful that NASA has allowed me to be part of this incredible group of people, of this crew, and for letting me fly. But we wouldn't be going anywhere without fuel, and the fuel that lets everything move is right here. Maya, Sarah, Marta, my extended family here in the crowd. You are the energy that feeds my soul. And your love is the spark that ignites every passion. Thank you. Grazie.
I'll echo the amazing words of my colleagues. Wow. It is an honor and a blessing to be a part of such a stellar crew. I must also say thanks to our spouses and our families. Without their support and sacrifice, we would not be standing up here before you right now. To my wife, Rebecca, you're the love of my life. my rock, thank you. And it's the It is their support of our families that's going to carry forward from today when we start training very soon. Carry us all the way to when we launch off Earth until we are returned to them safely after splashdown back here on planet Earth. Would also like to thank the Astronaut Office leadership, Flight Operations Directorate, and the NASA Johnson Space Center leadership for the opportunity to represent the Astronaut Corps and every single person in NASA, ESA, our industry partners, our international partners, whose blood, sweat, and tears, okay, hopefully not blood, and very few tears, but their collective effort will lift all of us up on that SLS rocket when we hit launch day and carry us through the mission. We'd also like to thank NASA leadership and our ESA leadership for the opportunity to represent all of humanity from this spaceship Earth that we will carry forward into the Artemis, as we execute this Artemis mission, extending human spaceflight into the future and exploring the cosmos. Now, spaceflight is hard, and that's why the most important Artemis mission will always be the next Artemis mission, where we are doing flight tests on every single flight, incrementally determining the flight envelope, expanding it, proving out capabilities, and making the operational procedures that we have more and more precise, because every single mission we will do after this will be more challenging and more complex. We are certainly humbled as a crew to be able to be your crew that executes this Artemis III mission in space, being that unifying link between the phenomenal Artemis II mission we just had 2 months ago and the Artemis IV mission that will follow ours, where we will again be the first to land humans on another celestial body, that celestial body being our neighbor in the sky at night, the moon. Thank you.
Powerful words from many of those crew members there, and Commander Randy Bresnik, striking to hear him say the most important Artemis mission is the next one. Talking about how each of them essentially lays the foundation for the one that comes next. We look forward to seeing those launches along Florida's Space Coast. Give you a live look from our Launch Credit Union camera on this Tuesday afternoon. We're going to take a quick break here on Florida Live, but we'll be right back. Welcome back into Florida Live. Garrett Weimer here, and I want to let you know of some breaking news here that we are getting ready to hear. This is out of McKinney, Texas, a high-profile trial of Carmelo Anthony. Jurors have returned a verdict. Their deliberations have been continuing today, but they have come to an end. The jury has made a decision in that case, and we expect a verdict to be read at 2:05 Central, so that's 3:05 Eastern, so about 10 minutes from now. Let me give you a live look right now outside the courthouse where folks have been gathered. If you haven't been following this trial, this has been an interesting one. Again, Carmelo Anthony on trial for murder. He is charged in the stabbing of a 17-year-old high school athlete, Austin Metcalf. This happened back in April of 2025. There was a confrontation at a high school track meet there in Texas, and Carmelo Anthony, the suspect here, the defendant, admits that he stabbed Metcalf, but claims he acted in self-defense. This is something that is, like I said, it's been getting a lot of attention. A lot of folks coming out and gathering outside the courthouse as this trial continued. Again, jurors deliberating today. They are going to be returning to the courtroom here shortly, about 8 minutes from now, and going to be we will hear that verdict. Again, that's expected around 3:05. So we'll try to bring that to you live on Fox 35 News Plus as our digital coverage, our live streaming coverage continues next, because we are almost out of time here on Florida Live, but we are here from 2 to 3 every day on Fox 35, but we live stream for 4.5 hours every day on Fox Local. So that means from 11 a.m. All the way to 3:30. So we still have much more live streaming news coverage coming up next on Fox Local, YouTube, and Facebook. So if you're watching us there, you can continue to do so. I want to bring up this live picture again just for a minute here, because you're seeing a heavy law enforcement presence as well outside the courthouse where those crowds have gathered, just making sure everything stays orderly at this moment. Obviously, emotions running high, and will continue to as we get closer to the reading of that verdict, which is expected in just a few minutes. So again, thanks for joining us here on Florida Live today. We're out of time. I hope you join us next time. Meanwhile, our live streaming news coverage continues next right here on Fox Local. Have a good evening.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. We are tracking a developing story and some breaking news here out of McKinney, Texas, where a verdict has been reached in the Carmelo Anthony murder trial. We were just talking about this a moment ago at the end of Florida Live. We are seeing some tense confrontations there between folks gathered outside the courthouse ahead of the reading of that verdict that is expected in just a few minutes. Now, just a note here, there are no cameras inside the courtroom for this trial, but we will try to bring this the breaking news to you once we get that verdict. Again, this is a confrontation going on right now outside the courtroom. I'm not sure if we can hear what they're saying. I'm going to pull up their audio. Do want to warn you, viewer discretion advised here. But let's go ahead and listen in for a minute and see if we can see very tense moments outside that courthouse in McKinney, Texas.
That is a woman. That is a woman. That is a woman, a mother, a sister. Okay, you can say the homophobia. It's Pride Month. It's Pride Month, and we got hella pride. Even as a straight man, I got hella pride. I don't give a fuck what you say. Fuck you say, boy.
We are hearing some language there, but again, very tense moments. A couple of folks outside that courthouse face to face right now. So again, viewer discretion advised. This is going on live right now in McKinney, Texas, ahead of the reading of the verdict in the Carmelo Anthony murder trial.
I'm dancing. He's gonna do shit. I'm dancing. You ain't gonna do shit. I'm dancing. You ain't gonna do shit.
All right, I'm going to go ahead and kill that audio there. So we'll keep monitoring that situation going on live right now, and we'll bring you the information when that verdict is read. Expected to be read around 3:05, so we will try to bring you that information as it comes into our newsroom. As I said, there are no cameras inside that courthouse in McKinney, Texas, so we'll bring you the updates as we get them. Shifting gears here to some news going on here in Central Florida, where over the weekend there was a rash of car burglaries reported at Orlando International Airport. Happened in the parking structures there, coinciding with an influx of early season summer travel. And so what are things that we need to keep in mind if we are going to be traveling, if we're going to be parking, if we're leaving our car unattended for a while? Fox 35's Reina Nieves had the chance to speak with Art Hushin, who's an adjunct instructor at USF's Department of Criminology, to get some ideas and some recommendations for folks and why criminals would want to target or try to target a place like an airport to prey on unsuspecting travelers.
I am speaking with Art. He is a adjunct instructor in the Department of Criminology. So we are talking about this recent public health cry that Orlando PD put out relating to vehicle burglaries at the Orlando International Airport. So this comes just after a busy Memorial Day season. Do you see this common happening during high peak travel seasons?
Yeah, you see that quite a bit because there's more people moving around. No one's really paying attention because it's a holiday. So they're all focused on having fun, a good time, especially in Orlando. I mean, people going to Disney, again, going to the city. They're not too concerned about leaving stuff in their car seat or things like that. They just want to have a good time.
Yeah, well, police are noting that suspects are walking around, they're checking door handles. Are we looking at like what specifically like are they looking for in an airport as opposed to maybe like a mall parking lot or a grocery store parking lot?
Right. Well, on this type of crime that's occurring, the one thing that these types of offenders don't want is confrontation. So they can be very quiet. You know, if the door is open, it's easy access. In most cases, they don't try to break open the window. They don't want any confrontation. So as far as that violence part, we normally don't see that. It's an opportunistic crime. Easy access, something they can grab easily, put in a backpack, which normally in airports everyone carries, or a bag. So it allows you to continue wandering around that parking lot and no one really challenges you.
Bringing this forward now, we're about to see a busy travel season. People are going to worry about bags, flights, kids, especially this super busy Orlando airport. What can you maybe tell people to look forward to and look out for this season?
And what I like to tell them to look out for is just be aware of your surroundings. That's about the best thing I can say. It's just because these opportunistic crimes, if you leave something, same thing sitting at a table with your cell phone out having coffee along a main sidewalk, very easy for someone to walk by, pick up your phone and walk away. You don't even see it. It's the same when you're out having fun. You know, you just want to be aware. People wandering around cars or just kind of peeking in and not really having a key or fob to open a door. That should put you a little bit on alert. Like, what is this person doing? Because now we can see them. Because there's a lot of good things about the Orlando airport. They've got good lighting, you know, they got good lines of sight. It's just that awareness. People just need to take some responsibility about themselves and what's around them.
Okay, now getting into the mind of like a burglar, like there's obviously a ton of cameras and a ton of security at airports. What is the motive behind this?
The motive is that no one's going to come. They kind of know that because it's so busy. And cameras, for evidentiary, cameras are really, really good. Get a picture, but the crime still occurs. And so we can track it back with that information. Our job should be to keep the crime from even occurring in the first place. I don't want to be dependent on mechanical security. I want to be dependent on people, how people watch around them, look around them, interact with each other, looking at movement. That is a big selling point because we see camera technology everywhere. Does it really keep offenders from committing a crime? Well, not in every case, and these groups that were in that park, they know they were under video surveillance, but it didn't stop them in the slightest.
Well, when you think about traveling, the last thing you're thinking about is getting your bag stolen. Like you're worrying about your flight and your family members, everything, and that's like last resort, like last thing you'd think of. What can you say, I guess, advise people to look out for?
Yeah, especially you want to hang on to your bag, as much as you want to get that cup of coffee before you walk out of the place and leave your bag by the door. You want to keep it close to you. I know it's a nuisance carrying it with you, but it's those little steps that make it difficult for these opportunists to commit the crime. Just holding your bag on your shoulder. Don't drop your computer bag on the ground as you're looking for cash in your wallet or your card. Keep it on your shoulder. Just keep the kids close, especially when they're playing with gadgets or toys, so you can monitor that and make sure they don't drop it on the ground and leave it. It's just that situational awareness in a way is what we talk about, but just being aware, have fun, but just kind of keep your eyes open.
And do you see this happening across the country? I mean, Orlando International Airport's a huge airport, but I assume you'd see this all over.
All over. I was just in Sacramento last year, and I had my car broken into by the airport. So, yeah, it's happening everywhere. But the Sacramento airport, that was a smash and grab. They busted out the window. They didn't care about making any noise whatsoever. The difference in Orlando, if you break a window, people are going to respond. If you're in Florida, people kind of aware. They'll respond, hey, what's that person doing? And that's the difference.
All right. Well, good to know. Any other advice you have for travelers this season?
Travelers, well, have fun, especially if you're coming to Florida. Enjoy it. But just, again, be aware. Just keep yourself close by. Keep your eyes open. And, again, enjoy your time here.
Perfect. Well, thank you so much for speaking with us.
Oh, well, thank you for allowing me the opportunity to talk about safety.
Yeah, certainly a lot of good things to keep in mind there. All right, we are still monitoring the situation outside the courtroom, or the courthouse rather, in McKinney, Texas, where jury has reached a verdict. We are waiting for the news of that verdict, and then we will bring that to you as soon as we get it. We're going to take a break right now here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back.
watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Weimer here, and thanks for joining us today. We heard earlier from the First Lady of Florida, who was speaking in Tampa. We also heard today from the First Lady of the United States, Melania Trump, who participated in an event in the East Room of the White House where she was handing out some awards when it comes to artificial intelligence. So these are awards for youth. Let me see here if I can get the exact wording of what they are calling it, the Presidential Artificial Intelligence Challenge National Champion Awards. This was a ceremony held in the East Room of the White House earlier today. I want to play for you the opening remarks from Melania Trump at this event earlier today at the White House.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the White House. What a beautiful group. Congratulations to our Presidential AI Challenge winners. It is wonderful to see this very impressive group of innovators at the White House today. I am proud that you represent the best of America. You are our future. Thank you to Secretaries Wright and Rollins for being here today. Your support of this program is a key to its ongoing success. I also want to recognize everyone who took part in this first AI contest. Students, educators, parents, and administrators. Yes, you could applaud. Today is about opening doors. When the doors open, passions flow, courage blossoms, and dreams are realized. AI inspires. Use this chapter of your life to sail away with your dreams, to continue to build boldly, and importantly, to safeguard America's leading position in the world of technology. As you know, technology supports every business sector today. You saw AI's potential and created ideas that will shape America's future in many areas, including healthcare, nutrition, public safety, and beyond. The first Presidential AI Challenge was broadly welcomed across our nation. More than 20,000 students participated across all 50 states, plus the District of Columbia, Puerto Rico, and 49 Department of War schools in 10 countries around the world. And we are just at the beginning. Artificial intelligence gives our communities access to the largest amount of information ever recorded in humanity's history. This fundamental democratization of intellect will profoundly alter society, our industries, our social safety net, and even our open-mindedness toward cultural diversity. Wisdom is tolerance, and change will be enhanced at hyper speed. AI is transformative. Nature opens new possibilities. AI can help us build a stronger community, making our publicly funded social programs more efficient and more effective. It allows us to deliver more personalized education, and in return will unlock growth in America's economy. Keep using artificial intelligence as a muse to open new pathways and ultimately to achieve personal growth and success. Today is about new beginnings. Don't be reluctant to push that door open. Be bold with your dreams and brave with your actions. And now
First Lady Melania Trump speaking earlier today to a lot of young people there who were at the White House and were receiving some awards as part of the Presidential AI Challenge. Now, also on the tech front, we've gotten a lot of new announcements from Apple at their keynote yesterday, kind of unveiling some new features and some things that we can expect, and a lot of announcements as well about Apple Intelligence, really leaning into that with some of those announcements yesterday as well. So joining us live now to break all of this down for us and highlight some of the big changes we can expect. Pleased to be joined this afternoon by Fernando Silva, who is head of production with 9 to 5 Mac, joining us live now via Zoom. Fernando, thanks for joining us here on Fox 35 News Plus today.
No, thanks for having me, Garrett. I appreciate the time.
So first of all, for those who maybe didn't get the chance to kind of see some of these announcements, what stands out to you as kind of the major things that came out of this keynote, and what we can expect when it comes to our iPhones and things like that?
So the first thing that jumped out to me, I mean, I've been watching these keynotes for over a decade now, and it was, first off, the structure of the keynote was a little bit interesting. Normally they go on an operating system basis, so they talk about iOS and macOS and iPadOS, whereas this time it was a lot of trust first aspects of it all. So there was a lot of parental control talk that was kind of encompassing all the different operating systems. And I think it was Apple really putting their foot forward, talking about, trust us. If you could trust us with your children and your children's digital kind of experiences, and of course you're going to trust us on the Apple Intelligence and the AI front as well. So he talked for like 15 or 20 minutes about parental controls, which as a father myself, I have a 4-year-old, I'm not quite there yet when it comes to dealing with the digital experiences of children, but I will at some point. So good to know that Apple is kind of at the forefront pushing this forward. And then they did segue into this new Siri Apple Intelligence, which they're calling now Siri AI. And I think it was Apple made us kind of this quote unquote promise 2 years ago with iOS 18 and that new revamped Siri. And I think finally it is now coming into fruition, because it is that personal assistant that we wanted on our iPhones, which the Geminis and the Perplexities and the ChatGPTs of the world have been kind of doing in these chatbot environments. But now it's living natively on your iPhone, so it can help you along the way in day-to-day aspects.
Yeah, the Apple Intelligence over the past couple of years has gotten a lot of criticism because of its limitations and the things that it couldn't do. Is this kind of, is this going to help them kind of catch up to some of what we're seeing, some of those functionalities that, like you said, you would almost expect at this point from something like this?
Absolutely. And I mean, I've been playing with the developer beta. So, I mean, if you guys are brave enough to jump in there and install it, probably would not recommend it at the forefront because there's some bugs in there. Because again, it is a developer beta, but a lot of the things that were promised early on are definitely finally here. So a lot of being able to just search and use Siri and Spotlight search to search your entire ecosystem of Apple products on the software front. So the good thing about this is that it is living in the native applications. So it's your iMessage, your Apple Notes application, your mail application. It's not jumping into your financial apps or anything like that in terms of third-party applications, but it is digging into your personal data from that aspect, but it's all on device. So from a security standpoint, you can feel safe that it's not going anywhere and nobody else is seeing it, but it's helping you day to day in terms of maybe saying something like, oh, what did my wife remind me, or what podcast did my wife show me a couple of days ago? And it will not only pull up that podcast reminder, but then it'll also pull it up in the podcast application. So it's just kind of reducing friction, going from point A to point B on day-to-day tasks, which I think is going to be kind of the future of how we interact with our phone. So expect a lot more voice interaction with your iPhone moving forward.
That's a big change for Siri and how we use it.
Absolutely. I mean, I'm so used to using Siri on just like a one command basis, like, hey, turn on this light for me, hey, set the temperature. And then that's pretty much the extent of what Siri could do up to iOS 26. But it is, even again, I've only been using it for about 24 hours now at this point, and it has completely changed the game. It's a lot more conversational. It's a much, for lack of a better term, human-like when you do interact with Siri as opposed to robotic, which is what it was or currently is for the public with iOS 26. And I am excited for a lot more people to get their hands on it, because if you are somebody who uses a ChatGPT or Gemini or Perplexity, it's a lot more, there's a lot more similarities to that aspect, but you get the superpower of that it was built inside of your iPhone using your native Apple applications. Whereas on ChatGPT, you have to upload an image or take a screenshot or give it a bunch of context that you want it to already have. Now the new Siri AI will have that context.
And obviously, like you said, still in kind of the developers beta right now, but what's the early verdict? What's your take on how it's performing and what you're seeing from it at this point?
So again, still early days, like you said. I'm still testing it in a bunch of different situations, but it's as advertised, right? It's making things easier. One of the very cool ones is in the Shortcuts application, it has a natural language prompt. So the Shortcuts application, you were able to kind of build these little shortcuts. It's almost like quasi-coding, but a little bit more user-friendly. But even to myself, it was a little complicated. Now you can literally describe any action you want. It'll create a shortcut for you and run it. So for example, I set one up the other day to send a text message to my wife every day at noon to say, that I miss her or something like that. And it does that. It builds that shortcut for me automatically and runs it every day at noon, and it works flawlessly. So everything that Apple said was coming will finally be in people's iPhones come September, and it's working very well.
Well, you better hope your wife doesn't watch this interview, because now she's going to know that it was just a scheduled thing and not something that you were intentionally doing.
Oh, no, don't tell her, please. It's amazing.
Obviously, that's getting a lot of the headlines, the AI, the changes to Siri, all of that. But there are also some smaller things and some visual things that we're going to see some differences in, too, changes to the liquid glass and some other things like that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so another, I guess, quote unquote backlash that Apple got, or, people were in two camps with liquid glass. You either thought it was too clear and it lacked readability, or you liked the way it looked and it made it feel kind of premium and expensive on a digital level. And now, instead of Apple tweaking it back and forth like they did all last year and part of this year, they just gave us a slider. So you're now, if you do want it as clear as possible, you swipe it to the left, and if you want a little bit more opacity or a little bit more of a blur to make it the readability a little bit better and the layering of the software a little bit better, you can kind of customize it to however you see fit. And they've also added a lot of little things from a UI perspective for the looks, kind of rounding off some corners. A lot of the iOS 27 from a visual standpoint is going to be making sure that performance is up to snuff and making sure that everything just kind of works as intended, because iOS 26 was a huge visual overhaul and change. So there's a lot of, bugs that need to be squashed along the way. iOS 27 is definitely all about making sure that performance is good while also giving us all the new Siri and Apple Intelligence features that came along with it.
Now, as I understand it, this is kind of the last keynote for the outgoing CEO, Tim Cook.
Yes.
A change at the top when it comes to Apple. So any indication of kind of where things go from here now with new leadership going to be taking the helm soon?
So, shout out Tim Cook. He was pretty much been the CEO for most of my life. And it's been kind of amazing to see it grow. He had some big innovations like AirPods. He was the one that brought the Apple Watch out, which, is the best-selling watch of all time. So kudos to Tim Cook for everything he's done. But I am excited for John Ternus, because Tim Cook was a big back-end logistics and distribution kind of guy. He grew Apple stock insanely over the last 15 years. And John Ternus people are saying, a little bit more of the Steve Jobs side, right? He's a very product-focused individual. He's been with Apple for 25 plus years. And I'm excited to see somebody who's very in the weeds on a per product basis to kind of bring that wow factor. I mean, Apple, aside from the M1 chip and some kind of slight changes over the last few years, has been very iterative. It's all been fantastic, and things, if you kind of zoom out in 3 to 5 or 5 year increments, you see the gains that we've gotten from a computing standpoint on all of the devices. But to kind of see, we haven't had like a crazy wow factor since maybe the iPhone or maybe even the Apple Watch or something along those lines. So hopefully John Ternus brings the product focus back to Apple that has maybe been lacking slightly with Tim Cook.
You think they need some of that, a kind of infusion of new ideas and things like that?
Absolutely. Like my dream is for Apple to basically bring the Vision Pro down in price or make some sort of cheaper model of it, because that device is absolutely pure magic, in my opinion. It's very cost prohibitive at this point right now at $3,500. So if John Ternus can magically turn that into a $500 or $1,000 device, people start to kind of, move their eyebrows a little bit up and kind of experience what that is like. I definitely think that would be a positive outlook when it comes to John Ternus' early tenure.
All right, last thing here, Fernando, before I let you go, just what is kind of the main takeaway that people should know about, iPhone users, other Mac users, whatever the case may be, coming out of the keynote? What's the main takeaway that they should know and they should keep in mind?
That this new Siri AI, I feel like it's going to be very similar to Liquid Glass in terms of people being in both camps. Some people are like myself, really, they yearn for it. They wanted some version of this that Apple made. And the other people that just don't want it. They're like, oh, I don't really want it on my phone. I don't really care for it. I don't want it in my data. And just be aware that in a positive way, it's going to learn with you over time, and you're going to be using it even without you knowing that you're going to use it. And I mean that in the best way. Things are going to feel much snappier from you to get from point A to point B. For example, one other thing, I know there's a long note, but being able to just quickly have keyboard shortcuts that auto-populate more than just autofill, being able to just pull images for you and send it via messages automatically with just a flick of one button as opposed to kind of searching multiple things. It's just going to be, things are going to happen snappier, faster, and it's going to be the definition of what I think a personal assistant on a digital device should be versus kind of like a chatbot assistant, which is what the other ones are right now that live on your iPhone.
All right, seems like some exciting changes ahead. Fernando Silva, head of production at 9 to 5 Mac. Enjoyed chatting with you this afternoon. Thanks for joining us here on Fox 35 News Plus and breaking down all those changes for us.
Thank you, Garrett. Appreciate your time. Enjoy it, everybody.
And we are out of time here on Fox 35 News Plus. 4.5 hours of live streaming coming to an end, but our live streaming coverage continues next here on Fox Local. I'm just going to hand things off to the Fox 35 Storm team. You'll have Fox 35 Weather Plus, followed by the 407, and then Fox 35 News at 5 coming up after that. So we've covered a lot of ground over the last 4.5 hours. If you missed anything, you can find all of our segments on fox35orlando.com, the Fox Local app, and on YouTube. We are still standing by watching for that verdict to be read in that stabbing trial out of Texas. So we'll keep an eye out on Live Now for that, and we'll have updates on our website later as well. So as we wrap up here today, let me give you a live look right now from our Launch Credit Union camera. Thank